Hello, Manny.
Good morning, Kent. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Sorry about the delay. I had to drop the kids this morning at schools and school. Today being the first day, there was a lot of delays at the
Good
school.
morning, Kent. How are you?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
I'm not able to hear.
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you
Yeah,
hear me?
I have typed the message. I'm not able to hear you.
Uh, Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. Good morning and sorry about the delay. I had to take the kids to school this morning, and today being their first day, school opens today. There was a lot of chaos, parents there, so sorry about that.
Yeah, I can totally understand. Not a problem at all. It's just few minutes here and there. And yeah, so there is their first day to school, is it?
Yeah, school.
After after vacations.
School reopens today, so it was back to school.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So welcome to the marathon session of 5-day CISSP, and today is the day 3.
Right.
So, uh, since we have been spending 8 hours together, I am sure you might not be getting much time for revision or self study or something like that.
Yeah.
And if I could make out when we were doing questions that you definitely are either taking some notes or you're memorizing it quite rightly, so you are able to imply the concepts. And since you have been, you are still have you have some good background, so a very nice grasping power you have about the concepts and the subject. So how about till now? Are the things okay, or is there anything which you need a little more explanation or clarification, sir?
I think everything is okay. I like the way we are going. I like it. Everything seems good for me.
Great, sir. That's how it should be. And even if after the 5 days, once we have finished, and whenever you find any concept revision or anything in particular when you're doing questions, I will be covering how you should plan your certification journey, because after the boot camp, once you are totally through with all the sections of all the domains of CISSP, and when you start preparing with self-study towards the certification, then I will be covering that in detail, that how should you go about it, and what exactly the certification, the complexities of the certification are, and how easily, and how by breaking it into small steps, how easily you can, overcome the problems. So today we will be covering. Uh, are you able to see the slides, sir?
Right. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah. So today we will be starting with a topic which generally is we are generally aware, and it's a topic of securing the facility. Securing the facility. We have talked about our governance. We have talked about risk management. We have the principles of risk management. We have talked about how our assets needs to be secured, and then we have also understood the security architecture and engineering concepts. But in the same security architecture and engineering, if we don't discuss how we are going to secure the entire facility per se, the physical security and the technical security for the entire facility, then securing the other things, the IT and the assets, will be meaningless. So we will be focusing on the facility aspect of CISSP.
Okay.
So when we talk of facility security plan life cycle, it can be divided into 8 parts. That is the having thorough understanding about the facility profile. In fact, when you are actually going in for a audit, if you are going in for a VAPT, normally the first thing you check is physical security, and how the facility is getting secured for the physical towards the aspects of physical security itself. You must definitely understand that who mans that facility, what are the different roles and responsibilities of individuals are, and what they are exactly doing from the security perspective. We definitely have to check the risk management strategy which is being followed in the facility towards the various risks which may exist, and security countermeasures, the controls and countermeasures which are in which have been implied, and are they working properly or not working properly. The maintenance, repair, and testing procedures. Are these procedures robust procedures? Is the management doing it as per the industry standards, or it is ad hoc? If it is ad hoc, then that is again a vector through which there can be any security breach. Incident response management procedures. How good, bad, ugly, when were they tested last? Who is responsible? Is the calling tree exist? Are there policies and procedures which are in date as in this particular aspect? And what all type of vulnerabilities exist as far as where they may need incident response and management procedure requirement. So all those things needs to be understood at a very high level and in detail as well. Is the facility or the company or the enterprise have a employee training program, and overall review the security program as such, because all of these are tenets of the a good security program. If all these aspects are touched, then it implies that the organization is aware of what they are doing as far as security goes, and the the golden line which throughout the certification I will keep repeating is that whatever we are doing has to be getting aligned with the procedures, the policies, and the strategies of the business as such of the so that We are not tangential or we are not in the opposite direction, but we are in the direction of the requirement of the business. So when we talk about the facility, or the first thing comes in a mind is the perimeter security controls, the perimeter barriers, the landscaping such as hedgerows, trees, fences with which are having barbs, or are they electrified or not? Are they tire shaders in place? Are they one-way tire shaders or two-way tire shaders? Bollards, permanent or temporary bollards, moats and ponds, gates, wooden gates are there or metallic gates are there. Are there guard gates, armed or unarmed sentries? So understanding the physical security definitely is firstly gives an indication as to how much serious an organization is towards the security, especially if the organization is hosting something which is of very critical nature, or something which is extremely important for the business, the loss of which could, jeopardize the entire existence of that business itself. And if you're talking of, say, a government facility, then government facilities have a different kind of secrets which exist in the facility. So, based on what type of asset or the value of the asset exists, very first impression to a technical security professional, he can make a judgment from just before even entering into the facility by just analyzing these kind of aspects into the particular organization, whether the organization is taut or it is loose. So when we talk of fence barriers, most organization will have protective fence barriers around their perimeter to deter or prevent individuals from unauthorized entry and access. Fences may only be used in certain zones or areas to protect junction box generator, dumpsters, and shredding service pickup points. High security areas will use barbed wires and or electric fences combined with warning signs every 6 to 8 feet. So this is again a point of interest. Maybe asked sometimes in question that what should be the distance between such kind of warning signs. Uh, Fences are combined with entry and exit gates of varying strength. Are they barricaded? Are there tire shredders also? Under UVSS, under vehicle scanners, tire shredders. So these are all the at the entry and exit points. These are the basic requirements which needs to be there to ensure that. Uh, uh, See, one point definitely is a very fundamental that if if the physical security is not taught, then whatever technical controls you may implement, it will be worthless, because anybody who's able to reach out physically to a particular asset, then it's a clear giveaway. It's an unpardonable scenario that the physical security is compromised. Is It is not taught. It is not thought with due diligence, and technically the company was really sound. However, somebody could reach out inside and take away whatever he wants. So that scenario should never exist. So that is why it is extremely important from CISSP perspective that even the physical security is audited with the same focus and sincerity. So gate separated into classes. So there are class 1, class 2, class 3 and class 4. So class 1 is for residential gate operations. Class 2 are commercial like parking lot or garage. Class 3 are industrial or limited access like warehouse, factories, loading docks, etc. And class 4 are restricted access points that requires supervisory control, something like will happen in a prison or airport, etc. Our knowledge of this class is important. Uh, yes, anything can come in the exam. So we know what bollards are. There are fixed bollards, there are collapsible bollards, the ones which are electronically operated, they can go down. So many times in a very high security facility, they at the entrance itself, before the tire shredder and under vehicle scanners, they implement something like a collapsible bollard, which will can be electronically raised and lowered. So these are the latest trends in ensuring physical safety of a facility. So bollards are strategically placed pylons meant to prohibit vehicles from entering certain areas. They can be permitted or and or temporary pylon cones can be placed. They can be vertical or horizontal. Are often placed in front of the buildings, in parking lots, or along sidewalks to guide pedestrian traffic. Are typically concrete or strong metallic bollards. They can be mechanical and include cameras and sensors also. A signage is basically a deterrent control, like the example I gave you, beware of dogs signage, or you are under CCTV surveillance signage. So it's a deterrent control. It alerts a person and it demands a person to behave in a certain way. So its signs are very important in any professional organization. So it gives clarity, it gives gets focus, and at the same time, it it forces people to behave in a certain manner just because we are alerting them already with signage. Signs are a deterrent control. Signs and windows stickers are designed to deter individual from doing something unauthorized. They may also be combined with harmful fences like you know electric fence, no unauthorized access type of signage, no trespassing, do not enter, armed guard on duty, this area under video surveillance, or beware of dogs. Then external security cameras play a vital role, which is a detective control. It definitely will not stop, but it will definitely help in detective activities to for a root cause analysis. Monitoring and recording the property parameters and other facility areas for intruders and potential attackers are considered a detective control primarily, although their very presence can be deterrent also. So this is where a CISSP question will trick you. That what type of control is a CCTV camera. Obviously it is a detective control, but the scenario will be indicating toward deterrence and stuff like that. So you should definitely understand and read between lines that it is mostly a detective control. However, the presence can cause a deterrent. It may act as a deterrent control also because of the presence of the camera. Often are recording devices sent to monitoring stations or security operations centers. Backup recorded media should be securely stored. In fact, if there is no backup or there is no provision of revisiting whatever have been recorded, then the very use of the security camera will be flawed. So it is extremely important that they are continuously checked, monitored, and audited from time to time to trigger alert when camera is disabled. So there should be definitely a technical mechanism or a physical audit done where if the camera is disabled, it should give an alarm alert or so that it can be immediately rectified. Should be combined with adequate lighting, and all dead spots should be covered. So that is a case in case you have if you use a night vision technology or sensor integrated cameras, then even your storage requirements reduce quite a bit, because if the motion detection sensor will only record when there is some movement happening. So the storage requirements go down. So the latest technology should be checked, because with every passing day, newer and newer technologies are coming, and the aim should be to upgrade at the earliest point to ensure the critical facilities are always secure. So lightning plays an extremely important role when we are talking of physical security, especially on the at the outside or at the perimeters of a very important facility, maybe housing a data center, or a facility of a cloud service provider, is a very critical facility, because so many businesses are depending on that particular facility. So external security lighting plays an extremely important role. Often works with external cameras and sensor, motion activated lights. Trip lighting is activated by some trigger or sensors. Standby lighting is activated at suspicious activity. Emergency lighting is used when power fails. So obviously we need to be conserving our resources. So when with sensor integration, we can easily achieve the lighting when and can control the lights by with motion activated sensors. So lights will only go on if in the perimeter some motion is seen or some suspicious activity is there and stuff like that. Time security lighting, like only after sunset times we know when the dark starts. So those timings can already be preset, and the lights can be switched on and off automatically. The floodlights at night lighting, when if generally used by security personnel when they want to focus on a particular area. Exterior soft lit soft fit lights, decorative external lights that illuminate dark corners and pathways to deter potential intruders and stop accidents. High intensity discharge security lights. So HID lights, not, it all depends on the facility and the requirements of the facility. So yes, if the example was a prison, then definitely the HID lights would definitely be required to be installed at a regular interval, because it from the prison would have a exterior threat that somebody would like to break in, and as well as the interior threat that some inmate would like to run away. So it's a scenario where such kind of HID lights would definitely be required. High intensity discharge lamps are a collection of gas discharge arc lamps. They generate light by producing an electric arc between two electrodes through ionized gas. HID lamps are brighter than average headlights and have a HID light bulb. This bulb holds two electrodes enclosed in a glass component filled with xenon gas and metal salts. HID lamps are usually sealed in a special arc discharge formed, formed from quartz. Need not know HID in such a great detail, just for information purpose. But yes, HID lamps per se should be known, so that when if the question says that which type of lamp should be chosen, then you should select HID. Rest of the details are just for knowledge purpose. So industrial camouflage. These are the cameras, surveillance devices, and sensors that are camouflaged into the landscaping elements like like statues and tall trees. For example, towers carrying cell phone or other equipment are covered by fake trees. Certain high security rooms, because then they are camouflaged, so it is a less likely chance that they will be targeted. Certainly, high security rooms can be underground and set at distance from main building. So these are the concepts which we say security by design. When a facility is getting designed itself, whether it is a physical facility or whether it is a software project or a system or an application, how are you designing, how are you implementing the key things which needs protection itself. If it is designed properly, the security would be embedded into the design itself. So that's how even for the physical design of a particular facility will embed security in security by design. So external security guards are typically at property gate or perimeter and stationed normally 24/7. They could be just on site during business hours or off hours. They are security. They are a security control of multiple types like detective, preventive, and deterrent. It is an important statement that a security guard is what type of control. Obviously, he is a preventive control when he is standing at a position where he has the power to stop somebody from entering or exiting. So he becomes a preventive control. If some facility has an issue and he is not positioned at that area, but he runs and uh, shouts and shoos away the somebody who's trying to intrude, then he acts as a deterrent. Where or if his presence itself is a deterrent control, because somebody will not even like to come close to do something untoward just by his presence itself. So he that is how he acts as a deterrence control. And if something goes bad, then he is the first responder to find what has gone wrong. So in that scenario, he acts as a detective control. So a security guard will act as these three types of control based on the scenario. Guards provide credential checks, authentication, communication, and rapid security response if an intrusion or incident occurs. They should also interface with other law enforcement organizations. Guard considerations, uh, are they employees, contractors, or freelance? So their loyalties or their focus will be different in these different three conditions. Are guards certified and or licensed? Will they be armed or unarmed? What are the insurance or liability ramifications? Is the organization involved with screening and background checks of such guards? Who provides initial and continuous training and awareness? So wherever a human being is involved in any activity, whether technical or non-technical, here we are talking of security guards, we have to be really aware of these kind of aspects in detail. Background checks, training awareness, what type of employment has been offered to them, are they certified or licensed? Those are the things which definitely should be for any human element, any employee needs to definitely be thought after, so that it does not lead to any security issue. So coming to the latest developments now, you may even have robotic sentries positioned. So robotic sentries can be used in home and commercial environments as security guards with camera, sensor, guns, and more. So one of the robotic sentry is Samsung SGR A1, and it was an original type of sentry gun that was developed jointly with Korean University to support South Korean troops in Korean demilitarized zone. Another example is also put on the slide, right? So there are multiple technologies and multiple options available if you want to secure your site, and based on the requirements, based on the criticality, based on the sensitivity of the facility, you can choose among these kind of controls. So very fundamental way, fundamental control to preventive control to prevent any unauthorized access is by using locks. Locks are the most common facility and internal physical security mechanism. They are considered a preventive control although they technically only delay entry, not prevent it in long run. because somebody will brute force break it and enter. Locks keep honest people out but cannot deter resolute intruders. Since most locks are easily bypassed and most keys are readily duplicated, they can be physical, electric, cipher, and biometric. So these what type or what pattern of lock is being used, that is also important because each type has its own strong points as well as vulnerabilities. So very sophisticated intruder may use that vulnerability and bypass the lock. Obviously, a physical lock needs to be broken, but when you are using a lock which is maybe electronic, cipher, or biometric, then it has its own vulnerability and they can be bypassed by using that. When we talk of types of lock, a standard lock is a key lock where lock requires key to open. Warded lock, obstructions to the keyhole that prevent all but the properly cut key from entering. So that is a design feature which will prevent that will make a lock little more secure. Wafer or tumbled. Wafers under spring tension are on the core or plug of the lock and protrude outside the diameter of the plug into the shell formed by the lock body. A deadbolt. A deadbolt, a bolt inserted into the frame of the door for additional security when combined with other locks. Now, I don't think you may need to be knowing it in that much detail as far as the certification go. But yes, these features, knowing it is always good because there could be a tricky question, and this knowledge will help you in taking a decision. So there are locks with interchangeable code that can be removed and replaced using a spatial change key. So the one which is in the photo, such kind of the code can be removed and changed. There can be combination locks, a sequence of numbers in proper order. There can be electronic combinations, digital readouts that obtain power from the energy created when the dials are turned. There can be keyless locks, buttons that are pushed in sequence to open the door, sometimes called a cipher lock. And yes, the smart lock, which is in the great use nowadays. An inexpensive plastic card that is pre-authenticated to open a door used in most hotels. So when we know that these locks are the variety of locks, breaking into the locks can be using different techniques: picking, breaking, and brute force or brute. Use a tension wrench to rotate the key plug of the lock to find the lock tumblers. At the same time, the pick is used to move the binding tumblers one at a time to the shear line. When all the tumblers are aligned properly with the shear line, the lock opens. So this is a standard way of opening the uh, lock where you align all the tumblers and the lock opens. In raking uses a pick that has a wider tip inserted all the way to the back of the plug. Pick is then pulled out quickly so that all the pins are bounded up, and as the rake exits, a tension wrench turns the plug. Upper pins will fall on the ledge created by the turning pins, so remaining pins can be picked. And the brute technique, which is the most crude technique to use force to break into the lock. This involves using hammers, tire irons, firearms, explosive, and more. This contributes to lock being a delay control only, where if it is a good lock, then it can delay the breakage up to some extent. So yes, not knowing it to that detail, but definitely knowing the names of these three break techniques, how to break, would be important for the certification. So about the window security, it is true that most intruders gain entry through doors. However, the second most common area susceptible to break-ins is first floor windows. Second floor windows are harder to access and much less probable to be the source of attack entry. Security techniques to break in include window bars, bulletproof windows, steel mesh and films in on windows, special window locks, polycarbonate safety shields. Internal motion detection, photoelectric, passive infrared, vibration, acoustic, microwave, electromechanical, electrostatic, moisture and temperature detection. For moisture and temperature detection would be for server rooms and data center environmental control, where if the changes are not detected in time, it can lead to damage or malfunction of such kind of hardware which is stored in there. Even electrostatic would work in such an environment where changes in electrostatic field can cause issues with the hardware kept inside. So whenever sensors are placed, it is a good practice that alarm associated with that sensor should be also put so that it gets triggered in case there is a issue with the particular sensor. Phone calls, software alerts to security desks, or even to the law enforcement agencies for break-in can be designed. SMS or text can go to the key people, uh, which requires the notification that can be designed. There can be silent alarms, static or flashing lights on display panel in a SOC facility can alert the people manning the SOC that there is an issue, and then adequate actions can be taken or the key people can be notified from there. The sensor triggers the alarm is one of the way to safeguard a very big facility where all the times it is not possible to have a human in the chain. Very important, secure wiring closets and distribution frames. Security officers must have visibility into all MDF rooms and closet and fiber cable runs, including the security of the main distribution, under the floor, above ceiling panels, and in the walls. You'll use advanced locks with multiple factors for all doors to servers, frame rooms if feasible. Cameras, lights, and or sensors can be used and should trigger alarm or alerts. There should be little or no window access. Consider CCTV monitoring for the SOC or security guard stations. So when if you are going for a cyber security audit, or then uh, it may not be your charter to audit physical security of the entire facility, but definitely it will be in the charter to audit the physical security of key rooms or key areas which house the IT facilities like server rooms, etc. SOC compound where the SOC is installed. So the physical security of such critical IT facilities definitely falls into the ambit of cybersecurity audit also. So campus or man distribution of router man backbone connected by dark fiber, site backbone, one per man region, three on man campus. So how the core is designed, how the distribution is there, and how is access. So understanding this is also extremely important, that how a site has been designed. Very important, as you have entered into the facility now, your key room or the key area in the particular facility or a building would be to inspect the server room data centers. And server room and data centers will have work with facilities management to integrate blueprints and topological diagrams into IT services. Very important to analyze the topological diagrams as to how the flow DFDs are happening and things like that. What all uh, how many how the flow of data happens to how this facility is getting integrated with the other facilities. Now all physical and logical ingress and egress points. Implement full body scanners to highly sensitive areas to look for removable media. Log and audit all devices and objects entering and exiting the facility. So since a very critical facility, very critical area, such kind of controls have to be there. If they are not there, then during the audit or during your inspection, you must bring out to the management that the correct practices for securing such a critical area is not being followed. Have intrusion visibility cameras and sensors for high security compartmentalized areas. Implement physical segregation of duties. So when we talk of server rooms and data center security per se, authorized staff should pass biometric multi-factor authentication and authorization a minimum of 2 times to enter data center floors and so on. So there could be an example, there could be a question in the exam that they should at least pass 2 times. That is the best practice. Biometric MFA is highly recommended. All visitors and contractors should show identification. So when we are doing a biometric MFA, what is first is it is preventing unauthorized person from entering. Secondly, it is also acting as a detective control as to if something has gone wrong, then the log is already existing in that biometric device, which can be accessed and say suppose over a 24 hours period something went wrong, then the 24 hours logs can be analyzed and you can actually see who all have access at what time that facility. So that's how that is why a biometric is highly recommended. All visitors and contractors should show identification and be signed in and continually escorted by authorized staff. So visitor escort is extremely important because firstly we are promoting zero trust as well as we are promoting the procedures followed are best are aligned to the best practices so that even 1% chance of any breach is terminated. So even if the visitor is very familiar with the facility, he is a regular visitor, eventually his status remains as a visitor. So familiarity of should not be considered a reason for allowing him unescorted in a very critical facility or environment. Many times it is debated that there are already technical measures, so his access is a controlled access, so only he will be permitted in the area for which he has been authorized. Even then, if it's a critical facility, it is recommended that he is escorted and he is not allowed unescorted in the facility. When an employee no longer has a business need for data center privilege, access must be immediately revoked, even if they continue to be employees. So the same point I was trying to explain. Here they have gone a step ahead, and wherein the person was already an employee. Now even you stop trusting even that person, leave alone the outside visitors, and treat that employee as a visitor. Anybody else who is coming from outside, if he is entering into the data center and he needs to be escorted. Automatic fire detection and suppression equipment must 100% be there. The electrical power supply should be fully redundant and maintainable without impact to operations 24/7. Uninterruptible power supply supported by UPS units can provide backup power for critical and essential loads in the facility in the event of an electrical failure. Data centers should also use generators to provide backup power for the entire facility. External chillers may be in place for temperature control. Get visibility into all power and HVAC. Air gap is the physical separation of control networks and other networks. If you have a critical network, it's always recommended to have a air gap, a totally physically separated network rather than logically separating the networks. Air gap is separate the highly secure networks from an unsecured network with physical or logical compartmentalization. Even the logical compartmentalization can support air gap, but fundamentally, when we use the term air gap, it's two networks which are even physically separated. There is no exchange of data from that one network to other. Use private clouds, sandbox environments, and detonation chambers for secure activities when feasible. Secure enclosures. An organizational safe may store a high value asset based on the contents. These are bearer bonds, currency, deeds, security, licenses, precious metals, cryptocurrency, gold, storage wallets, a fail-safe password, among others. Employees may also need a special area to store and protect valuables such as lockers or locked cabins. A reinforced filing cabinet is a type of secure container designed to withstand burglary attempts. The US government provides containers classification for these reinforced containers based on the time taken to break into them, either covertly or super with no force entry. Safes. The safes provide safe classification that specify the degree to which safes can withstand the attack. For example, the safe that takes 30 minutes to break into using various tools and torches is classified as a tool resistant safe class TL30. Embedded walk-in safes with timers are more secure than removable standalone home safes even if they are bolted down. All adjacent walls must use tool and fire resistant material and awareness of neighboring businesses. Factors considered in classifying the safes are lock mechanism, factors to open the safe, material used to construct the safe, the weight, and whether it's securely anchored or embedded in concrete, tensile strength of the steel, and whether the safe has a relocking device. Yes, as a cyber security professional, this is not your core domain to check all this, but the facilities which directly affect the IT, definitely these kind or you should definitely have a hawk eye onto these aspects also, because if a safe can be easily opened, if the safe can easily be compromised, then the very fundamental requirement of security is breached, and you can keep putting as many technical controls as you want. The security, the end result, the outcome which you want to achieve as a cyber security professional will be failed. Very important is your media storage security. This storage often holds data backups, media, documents, and redundant spaces. For example, hard copies of documents and microfiches, etc. Facilities and media storage should be part of COO and continue operations plan and business continuity planning. The same access policies that apply to data center and server rooms should apply to the media storage security as well. AWS, GCP, and Azure all offer long-term data or virtual tape archiving and hardware security modules with AES 256 encryption. Media storage should be covered with a disposition and destruction policy. We discussed about it yesterday also. Keeping it longer than what the storage policy says is unnecessary asking for trouble. When a storage device has reached the end of its useful life, the device procedure should include in decommissioning process that prevents data from being exposed, like physical destruction, degaussing, as the case may be. Consider a consider a reference to NIST 888, which is about guidelines to media sanitization as a part of decommissioning policies. When there is a evidence, if anywhere a cyber crime has happened and an evidence has been collected, then due care has to be taken when we are storing such kind of evidences. Evidence room facilities are only as secure as the honesty of the staff. So separation of duties is one of the control, and dual operator or two-person rule are implied in the critical policies. Chain of custody must be maintained. So chain of custody. Are you familiar with the term chain of custody? Uh, are you familiar with the term chain of custody? Sorry, am I audible? Check, check, check. Hi, Kent. Am I audible? Check, check, check. Kent, can you hear me? Okay, great. I'm not able to hear you, so I think you need to re-log in again. There is some issue.
Hello, Manny. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you now. Am I loud and clear, sir?
Yeah, you are loud and clear. I think for some reason, I don't know, mic keeps on changing. That is weird today.
Availability issue is there, outage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
was
so I
asking,
was saying the chain of custody,
yeah,
um, it's like if you are doing audit, you record who requested access or access to that particular investigation, the time, what the person did, everything you record all those things, and that is the chain of custody.
absolutely. So it's a documented, unbroken process. So basically, it proves an unbroken process that shows the seizure, the custody, the control, the transfer, the analysis, and the final disposable of evidence. And mostly all the cybersecurity audits are evidence-based audits. So here the chain of custody can be for a forensic investigation where you are going to store those evidences. So you definitely have to focus on chain of custody. And from the audit perspective also, when because when you're doing a cyber security audit and you go to a senior management and you tell them that there is a issue, then the senior management will definitely ask that what is the evidence. So there is where at times when you find some really critical issue, you can gather evidence, collect evidence, and definitely maintain a unbroken document which proves that the problem exists. As far as this slide goes, it is for the forensics part, in which we are there is a crime which has happened, a cyber issue which has happened, could be of a criminal nature, and there would be maybe a requirement to take that artifact to court for evidential value. In such a scenario, the court will definitely ask for this document. Otherwise, there will be no proof that they can suspect tampering of that artifact. So, if the chain of custody is not maintained in the correct order, then court will not take it into consideration and discard that particular artifact. So that is why it is extremely critical process wherever cyber forensics is required to be done. So chain of custody must be maintained for incident response, forensics, and for law enforcement requirements. The contents of an evidence room may have a higher street value. Modern digital evidence management software should be used. So earlier, when it used to be done on paper, now there are management softwares which can be used for doing it. Doors must be preferably solid steel with no glass. There should be no doors leading directly to the exterior of the building from the evidence room. The rooms may be single entry with no window, concrete or cinder block walls. Access control vestibules are common for entry and exit. So a common entry and exit. So this is how generally design of a facility will directly affect onto the security of a particular facility. So when we are talking of man traps, with some access control vestibules, a person must produce some type of dual factor identification proof, proofing to enter an area. Man traps are more elaborate systems that direct people through two interlock control doors into the area. The design specifies that an inner door with no will not unlock if the outer door is open, and vice versa. These are also this will also prevent tailgating and piggybacking. In the difference is that a piggybacking, you are party to the breach where the person is being picked up on your back. So ideally, so you are party to the breach, and tailgating, you may not be party to the breach. He just used the your access control you know privilege and tailgated behind you. You may not be even aware of that. That's between difference between piggybacking and tailgating, and man traps prevent both of this kind of breach. Can identify and authenticate the person entering, provide credentials and license for passport, can include biometric readers, often use CCTV and intercom systems, keep security guards behind bulletproof glass, admits the person through a strong door with electronic locks. Restricted and work area security. Some high security restricted areas employ Faraday cages. These are rooms, enclosures, or bags that block electromagnetic field emitting from electromagnetic interference. Solar flares, electromagnetic pulses, EMPs. Especially in the cyber forensics, when we want a particular device like a mobile phone to be isolated from the cellular network, and any other network connectivity like Bluetooth and stuff, internet connectivity, we normally carry it in a Faraday bag, which the aim of any Faraday bag or cage is that it isolates that particular device from any electromagnetic transmission or interference. The shield may be fashioned from a cautious cover of conductive material or, in case of a Faraday cage, a mesh of similar material. These can often be found in data centers or other enterprise safe rooms. A military grade Faraday bags can also be used for removable drives, cold storage, cyber currency wallets, and other critical components. We spoke earlier about air gapping. Air gapping, a strictly air gap device or a system is completely disconnected from any network and is only managed out of band, like hardware security modules, certificate servers, spatially supervisory control, and data acquisition SCADA components. Normally, an OT network should be air gapped from IT. This is that's the best practice, because an breach into a OT network can cause a lot of disruptions in the basic functioning of a particular OT, any SCADA component. Loosely air gap systems have no public internet access. This can be physical or logical. Systems are still vulnerable to a rogue insider. Even if you have implemented air gapping, an insider who has the knowledge of your network, how you have implemented air gapping, can still cause issues. Sometimes incorrect maintenance practices. For example, generally particular particular feature is outsourced from a third party vendor who is in some other continent, right? So now you want it to be rectified. So you will give remote access for them to do troubleshooting and stuff like that. So there is where air grab breach happens, when it becomes unescapable that remote access needs to be granted. So if such scenario arises, for the you for the continuity of the business, such decisions are taken, but at the same time, additional controls 100% are required to be implemented to ensure that that such kind of breach of air gap is monitored diligently, and after the access is revoked and the air gap is again maintained, then a basic scan, a technical scan to check whether everything is fine needs to be definitely done. So air gap is mostly common in military and government agency networks and systems. They are also found in use at financial services like stock markets and cryptocurrency exchanges. Also, as I told you, the OT networks having SCADA systems like a nuclear facility or a electric power distribution company or a water supply company. Life critical systems, power plants, computer used in aviation industry, and computerized medical equipment would definitely prefer to have a air gap network for their setup. Coming to the utilities and HVAC, poor HVAC can lead to extreme heat, extreme cold, extreme humidity, and or extreme dryness. So HVAC needs proper monitoring and ongoing maintenance. For example, pressurization and temperature. Physical security of all components and controllers is a concern. Location options may be limited by the facility. Environmental controls can also include the possibility of chemical and biological leak or attack. Hotness and coldness of aisles. There must be sensors which should be monitoring all this, and which should be activated by an alarm if it is not maintaining within the prescribed limits. That is extremely important. Data center and SAN chillers. Data center chillers are very specific internal or external cooling system that counter excess heat in server farms and data centers. Chillers must maintain 24 into 7 uptime to keep closely packed racks and cabinets of heat generating equipment cool. Chillers continuously cool the water used in the HVAC system so that the temperatures stay at a proper level. Data center managers and engineers must guarantee that chillers have independent generators in case of a power grid failure. Important topic is the fire control systems in data centers. Now, they can be preventive, detected, and suppression agents. It is a critical aspect of business continuity and disaster recovery planning to prevent any fire. Prevention involves using fire rated construction materials and fire resistant enclosures. Organizations must conduct training, raise awareness, and focus on safety and preparation. So there must be a periodic drill. Everybody should know the escape route. Everybody should be generally be aware of the fire suppression systems which have been installed in the facility. Certain complicated suppression systems which need training, that training should have been done. There should be, and if the facility is a 24-hour facility, then in a particular roster, at least somebody should be there who is trained to use that particular suppression system. That needs to be assured and ensured. So all these things are directly or indirectly related to the information security as well. Detection. Organizations must deploy comprehensive smoke, gas, and fire detection sensors, especially in the data center. Different sensors will be used for different areas, vulnerabilities, and use cases. Detect and control quickly to minimize the damage. The earlier detected, the better it is. Detection and suppression often works together in closed phases. Suppression. This action will quickly contain and extinguish the fire. It creates barriers and firewalls to prevent the spread of fire. Use portable fire extinguishers located strategically throughout the building. Although water sprinklers are used in common areas, halon substitutes or carbon dioxide discharge systems are typically around computers and networking equipment. Very important. Classes of fire extinguishers: A, B, C, D, and K. A is for common combustibles like wood products, paper, laminates, suppressed by dry chemical, clean agent, wet chemical, water, and foam, almost all of them. Type B is liquid combustibles like petroleum products and coolants. They can be suppressed by using halon substitutes, dry chemical, clean agents, foam, and carbon dioxide. Normally, water is not recommended in type B type of fire. Type C, electrical equipment and wires. Electrical fire is type C. Extinguished using dry chemical, clean agent, water mist, and carbon dioxide. Type D is combustible metals, a metallic type of fire, can be suppressed only with dry chemical powder or DCP. Type K is a flammable liquid unique for cooking. So it is mostly in the cookhouse, pantries, and that kind of places where that can be extinguished using dry chemical powder or dry powder. How important it is? Very important. This of all the physical measures, generally question from types of extinguisher, classes of fire, and are generally seen in the exam. Primary loss and secondary loss. The loss can be categorized into these two categorizations. Primary loss is when you have a loss of fire, when you have an interruption to the operation, when you have a productivity loss, when there is a loss to revenue, and when the response is explicitly required, quick response is required. Secondary loss is compromised in confidentiality, integrity, and availability of assets. There is a replacement cost involved, damaged public image and reputation, loss of customers or competitive advantage, and there is a likelihood of fines or judgments. Power controls. Power system security involves practices to keep the system operating when subcomponents fail. Most power systems are operated so that any single internal failure event will not leave other components heavily overloaded. Enterprises should deploy redundant providers if possible, surge protectors, uninterruptible power supplies, and appropriate backup generators. The Uptime Institute recommends 12 hours of fuel or solar cell backup. Junction should be secured and have adequate lighting and cameras. Uptime Institute UI. UI is a standard bearer for digital infrastructure performance whose tier standards have been used in thousands of sites in more than 100 countries. Tier 1 is a basic site infrastructure. This tier represents a modest and less expensive solution with little or no redundancy, only dedicated space for IT systems, UPS for backup, line conditioning, and cooling for mission critical equipment. Problematic personal activity will cause downtime. All four tiers should have at least 12 hours of fuel for generators. Tier 2 are redundant site infrastructures, capacity components. It has everything from tier 1 plus additional features and components. Critical operations do not have to be uninterrupted for scheduled maintenance or replacement, so there should be high availability. There will be downtime for any disconnection from power distribution or resources. Problematic personal activity may cause downtime. Unplanned component failure or system may cause a downtime in even in tier 2. Tier 3 categorization is for currently maintainable site infrastructure. Concurrently maintainable site infrastructure. This tier has redundancy like dual power supplies for all systems. Critical operations can continue to operate if a single component or power component is down for emergency replacement or a scheduled maintenance. An unplanned loss of a component may cause downtime. An unplanned loss of a single system will cause downtime. Tier 4 is categorized as a fault tolerant site infrastructure, an optimal data center design. In Tier 4 has features of all other tiers included with full redundancy of systems, power and cooling. Loss of a single element will not cause downtime. This tier deploys fully automated visibility and response system with scheduled maintenance performed without downtime. Coming to personal safety and security, many organizations will have all guest registers at the reception area security desk. Collect and input identification information in the visitor log and camera station for a temporary badge. Distribute temporary access cards or badges. Guests and contractors may go through rapid background checks and identity validation procedures. Guests may need to allow Guests may need to always be escorted by another employee or security officer. Ensure that by any way the design does not permit piggybacking or tailgating. Personal issues for joiners, movers, and leavers are often centralized and semi-automated activities between human resource, legal, security, inventory, and corrective services. As part of As a part of after-action activities, security managers may be involved in arranging post-trauma counseling therapy or a leave of absence from incidents and disasters, such as an active shooter. Security managers and HR may need to attend specialized training and workshops to prepare for ongoing security and awareness programs and initiatives, travel security practices and anti-theft awareness, reinforcement of acceptable use policies that relate to safety and preparedness, vulnerabilities of using social media sites, attacks against MFA fatigue, and emergency management and US. Understanding if they need to take over a role or responsibility if someone is incapacitated. Security design principles. Now coming to network architecture. Once we have ensured or when we have assured ourselves that the site design and the way the site is functioning, the next thing which we should look out for is how the network architecture and how the security is existing in the network architecture. So about the network, let's take a 5 minutes break, sir. Then we'll start network.
Okay.
I'm back, sir.
I'm also back.
Yeah. So now we will be diving into the network architecture, which we will be giving focusing on OSI model, TCP/IP protocol, IP version 4, IP version 6, describe secure protocols, multi-layer protocols, and converged protocols, outline transport architectures, and describe performance metrics and traffic flows. So as we know that OSI reference model has 7 layers, very important to know what each and every layer stands for as well as performs functions of each and every layer, and what all protocols are associated with each and every layer. So a lot of questions will be asked on this is an extremely important topic in the examination. So to start with, a physical layer, it is basically a connectors, data rates, and encoding bits. It's a physical, the connections in the physical domain. Then layer 2 is the link layer. It communicates across a single link, including media access controls. So most common protocol in layer 2 is the MAC address. Then we know about uh, or uh, or a switch in the classical way would be functioning at layer 2. The layer 3 is the network layer or the internet work. This particular layer is to facilitate multi-hop communications across potentially different linked networks, and classically a IP will be functioning in this particular layer. The transport layer is responsible for to connect multiple programs on the same system. A session layer accommodates multiple session connections. The presentation layer expresses and translates data formats, and the application layer accomplishes a network used task. Network used task. So, what all are the various protocols which are associated with the layers? Binary transmission, encoding, bitrate, voltages, all are associated with layer 1. Link or data link layer, TCP protocol, SLIP protocol, Ethernet, frame relay, ATM, DOCSIS, all are associated with data link. Network layer protocols are IP, IPX, ICMP, ARP, BGP, IGRP, OSPF. Transport, TCP, UDP, SPX,
Manny, I got a
FLU.
question here.
Yeah,
So, for the physical layer, I see
yeah,
you put voltage.
yeah.
Voltages. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, so because when we are talking, either we are dealing in zeros and ones, right? So
Yes.
a bit is nothing but a voltage which has a value 0 or a 1, and that
Yeah.
is how at the physical world the transmission of information is happening in zeros and ones. So that's why when we talk of voltages, it is basically whether it is either 0 or 1.
Okay.
Let me find an example also if there is any. Yeah, a physical layer is responsible for encoding digital data into signals that can travel through physical media. For a copper cable, this means voltage changes representing binary values. These signals must flow specific standards so sender can receive, interpret them, and utilize it. So when we talk of voltage, it is represented in zeros and ones, and yeah. So that's how it relates to the physical layer. A session layer would have protocols like SSL, TSL, SQL, RPC, and FS. ASCII will be in the presentation layer, PNG, MPEG, AVI, MIDI, all types of the different presentation. These all are associated with the presentation layer. And the application layer will have protocols like HTTP, FTP, SMTP, DNS, Telnet, LDAP. How important it is to remember this? It is extremely important. Multiple questions will be there, not direct, indirect. So yes, this is important information. A lot of questions come into understanding of layers, how do they function, and what all are the associated protocols of each layer. So in this reference model, when we compare OSI with TCP/IP model, the OSI is taken as a reference model. Not all the 7 layers are there in TCP/IP. In fact, there are only 4 layers. Here, the network layer is combined with the physical and data link layer. So the function of 1 and 2 is done by the network access layer. The layer 3 remains the same, but it's called the internet layer. The transport layer remains the same, and it is called the transport layer. And the rest all functions of layer 5, 6, and 7 is combined into the application layer in TCP/IP model. So there are 4 layers practically in a TCP/IP model. IPv4 Internet Protocol is a core protocol of TCP/IP suite and the main protocol of the network layer. The main user is the main user to offer inter-network diagram packet forwarding services to a higher layer protocol and services. Devices like routers, multi-layer switches, load balancers, IPS sensors, firewall applications can all forward packets for IP. Characteristics are universal addressing. Defines addressing mechanism with IP version 4 or 6 addressing schema. Its protocol independent, works with both Ethernet 802.11 wireless, frame relays, ATM, fiber, cellular, site, or more types of protocols. Connectionless delivery requires no handshake setup before transmission to remote host or persistent connection. Unreliable and unacknowledged delivery does not provide tracking of packets. IP packet fragmentation is a part of header of IPv4. A header has a length of 20 bytes. So this is how a packet in IPv4 would look like. A header, a payload. IPv4 header. is of 20 bits size. So version will tell whether it is which version of IP. So it's a version 4. IHL stands for Internet Header Length. Again, it is a 4 bit header length in 32-bit words. Minimum 5 words is equal to 20 bits. Type of service or differentiated services. Packet priority and quality of service will be defined in this. Identification used to identify fragments of the same packet. The flags will control the fragmentation. For example, DF don't fragment, MF more fragments. Fragment offset is the position of the fragment in original packet. Time to live TTL is the maximum hops allowed, discriminated by each router. Mostly the value is 8, and protocol, upper layer protocol like TCP is equal to 6, or UDP has a value of 17, and ICMP has a value 1. So what protocol is in use? The checksum is for error checking of IPv4 header only, and source address is the sender's IP address. Destination address is the receiver's IP address. Options has a variable which is optional feature like security timestamp, which is rarely used in this. And padding is again variable, ensures header ends onto a 32-bit boundary. CIDR, classless interdomain routing, also called slash notation. It is a compact way to express an IP4 address. CIDR removes the predefined partitioning of network and host numbers in an IP address. The number of network N bits can be arbitrarily placed without regard to the legacy class A to E. For instance, a traditional class C address will start from 192.168.3.15 can now be expressed as 192.168.3.15 with a CIDR number as /24 or /16 or /23, which with which we can identify that which class of IP address it is. In a IPv6 addressing, it was intended to supersede the widely used IPv4, which is still the backbone of modern networking. IPv6 is often referred to as the next generation internet due to its extended functionality and its growth in recent large-scale deployment. Instead of 32 bits, which is used in IPv4, it uses 128-bit hexadecimal addressing instead of 24-bit dotted decimal use. So the address in IPv6 will look something like this. Assigning of IPv6 address. There are three methods for assigning IPv6 addresses. One is a manual, another is stateless address auto configuration SLAAC. Neighbor discovery locates routers and dynamically generates IPv6 addresses. The connected IPv6 nodes can self-configure with IPv6 address and routing parameters without further human intervention. Stateful auto configuration uses by using a DHCP version 6 server. So a comparison between IPv4 header and IPv6 header. IPv6 extension headers. IPv6 uses two distinct type of headers, the fixed header and extension headers or EH. The extension header, if there are any, follow the original 8 fields. The number of extension headers is not fixed, so the total length of the extension header chain is variable. These EHs are used to add additional functionality and extensibility to the protocol. The EH and encapsulating security payload (ESP) are for native IPsec. So in IPsec, you have two uh, EH as well as ESP, encapsulating security protocol. The fragmentation EH is critical. Hop by hop EH is used for the support of jumbograms. The destination EH is used in IPv6 mobility. Routing EH is used for IPv6 mobility and in source routing. Mobility EH is used for supporting of mobile IPv6 services. So a basic difference between 4 and 6 important. Expect some questions about in the exam for differentiating between 4 and 6. The address length is 2 to the power 32. Here it is 2 to the power 128. Notation is in dot decimal format. Here it is in a hexadecimal format notation. It uses DHCP server for dynamic addressing. Here it uses DHCP version 6 server as well as SLAAC. Header has a 20-bit and 20 bytes and 13 fields. Here the header has 40 bytes and 8 fields. Variable header length, fixed header length. Header options are obsolete. There are header extensions in version 6. There is a header checksum. There is no header checksum in version 6. Another key difference is in important one is IPsec is optional in version 4, whereas it is mandatory in version 6. Coming to the IPsec protocol, IPsec is a very important protocol from CISSP perspective because it is a security protocol. IP security or IPsec offers security services to traffic transiting untrusted networks like internet between two or more trusted devices or networks. It could be between two devices, trusted devices, or between two trusted networks traveling through an untrusted network like an internet. IPsec VPNs can also be used to protect management traffic as it crosses an organization's intranet and between front-end and back-end services. IPsec is also popular for linking to cloud service providers using managed site-to-site or peer-to-site VPN solutions. IPsec is also native to the IP6 stack through an authentication header AH and ESP extension header. IPsec and TLS VPNs are cryptographic based. These are two basic deployment types, that is site to site VPNs or remote access VPNs. In remote access can be full tunnel or clientless, can operate in tunnel or transport modes. The two main protocols in IPsec are AH and ESP. IPsec offers 5 essential security functions, that is, for confidentiality it uses triple DES or AES 128 or 256. For data integrity it uses SHA-1, SHA-2 or SHA-384. Origin authentication using pre-shared keys are or RSA, DSA.
Manny, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So you said for data integrity, it uses SHA-1,
Yeah,
SHA-2, and SHA-384. But
yeah,
yesterday we also learned that SHA-1 is not stable. Oh, sorry, it's not strong. It's kind of weak. So why is it IPsec using SHA-1?
yeah. So when IPsec was, I would say designed, or that protocol was constructed.
Right,
At that is the time when these options were there, and initially when the connection is getting established, the server and client is negotiating. Basically, the negotiation happens, during which the server and client decides as to which suite of protocol is to be used for confidentiality, is whether we should be, because the common protocol has to be there. So initially that is first decided. So if you are
okay,
totally on a purely internet, you're using, having trying to have a VPN connection, passing through the internet, then obviously you will not use triple des, because triple des is not a secure confidentiality protocol anymore. So you
right,
will definitely use AES 256 or 1228. So that negotiation happens, and then the protocol is decided. Yeah, SHA-1 may be used in an internal network which is not exposed to internet.
okay, okay, okay. So, but in the exams, a question can drop like, which of the following does IPsec
No,
support?
no, no, no. They will not ask any direct question like that, but they
Okay,
will definitely. You should definitely know about the two modes, that AH and ESP, and
right,
yeah, which one is used for tunneling, and what is the basic difference between the two. However, knowing that confidentiality in IPsec has tripled as AES 120 and 256 would be good, because sometimes they can put some other protocol, and they would ask you, trick you with that, and if you don't know that, then you will make the question wrong. So that's why this data, memorizing this data will aid you in CISSP.
okay,
However, they will never ask you the function, why triple dash and why AES. That kind of questions will not be there.
okay,
The origin authentication using pre-shared keys or RSA, DSA, ECDSA signatures. Key management version 1, 2, DH, KE, and ECDHE. So these are all the an anti-replay protection. So these are all the features of IPsec, which these are very important protocol in when we talk from the examination point of view.
okay,
Coming to the transport layer security, the secure socket layer SSL, which has been replaced by TLS. TLS version 1.3 is the latest version. Earlier, for quite some time, TLS 1.2 was being used. So SSL TLS is the most universal certificate based peer authentication in use on the internet. So when we say HTTPS, it probably uses the term SSL certificate, because earlier the SSL protocol was being used. However, now we are using a protocol called TLS 1.3, and still calling the certificates as SSL certificates. Transport layer security is the next generation standardization of the Internet Engineering Task Force. TLS 1.3 is the most recent published version. It's also used with FTP, SMTP, LDAP, POP3, and among others. The only majority cyber suit The only mandatory suites include RSA for authentication, AES for confidentiality, and SHA for integrity and digital signatures. So this is also a security suite important for from CISSP point of view. All the protocols which are used to implement security must be thoroughly understood so as to because they are definitely asked in the exam. So let's understand the TLS handshake. How does it happen? First is that the client makes a TCP port 443 connection with the server. The server response contains server's public key, which comes in to the client in a form of certificate. The client uses software. User software varies signature on identity certificate, validating authenticity of the public key. So yesterday we understood this process where the certificate is validated and the public key for the server is thereafter used after validation. Now the shared secret key encrypted with public key of the server is sent to the server. Now you have shared the secret key, and once the key has been shared, the bulk encryption using the secret key, that is the symmetric shared symmetric key, is being used now, or exchange of payload, exchange of data. SPA, which is also known as single packet authorization. SPA or port knocking is a technique for securely establishing authentication and authorization over closed firewall ports. It usually accomplishes open specific port to allow temporary access through internet or cloud controllers. With SPA, the endpoint sends a single packet of encrypted data to the authentication server, like using TLS. The TLS server then uses a unique algorithm to decode the packet containing the user's identity and request for access. MTLS, or Mutual Transport Layer Security. The Mutual Transport Layer Security is again a security protocol. It is a form of authentication in which the two parties in a communication channel authenticates one another with TLS. Mutual TLS affirms that the parties on each end, a browser and software defined perimeter SDP controller, for example, are who they claim to be by verifying that they both have a proper private key. The data within their respective TLS certificates provide additional verification. It is often used with SDPs in a zero trust security framework to verify application programming interfaces, users, devices, and servers within the organization without the overhead and hazard of an initial TCP handshake. So the best practices as far as implementation of TLS goes is prevent downgrade attacks from web clients. Use HTTP strict transport security HSTS. Use the most recent security suites, not the RC4 or DES or triple DES. Do not let vendor install code intercept traffic. Verify encryption and use SPA with MTLS wherever possible. Perform online certification status protocol, stapling from browser to enforce certificate expiration. Implement certificate pinning to trusted CAs. Coming to SSH, It's a management access should be limited to secure protocol alternatives as in SSH instead of Telnet. So SSH is used for remote access. Again, it is important to know about SSH because maximum time the breaches have been reported when the remote access is being granted, and earlier the telnet which was not encrypted has been replaced by various SSH versions. SSH are the encrypted connection and encrypted connectivity. So SSH2 is preferred over SSH1 wherever possible. SSH2 uses symmetric encryption for the bulk data encryption and asymmetric algorithm for the key management processes. So SSH2 uses Diffie-Hellman for key exchange. This information is important. It can come in inside. So it will look like something like this. Not required to just for example, I have put this. Coming to multi-layer protocols. Multi-layer protocols structure network communication into separate logical layers, each with a designated function. This facilitates flexibility and security in the network operation. The most common multi-layer protocol that security professionals encounter is the TCP/IP suite of network protocols. Inter-network packet exchange, sequenced packet exchange, IPX-SPX was a popular multi-layered routed protocol created by Novell. Intermediate system to intermediate system ISIS is a multi-layer routing protocol still used in modern data centers like Cisco ACI. The distributed network protocol or DNP3 is a set of networking protocols created explicitly for supervisory control and data acquisition systems, SCADA systems. The Extensible Authentication Protocol (EAP) is a protocol for wireless and wired networks that expands the authentication methods used by point-to-point protocol (PPP). Coming to converged protocols, converged protocols merge specially for proprietary protocols with standard protocols. Common examples of converged protocols include fiber channel over Ethernet, multi protocol label switching (MPLS), Internet Small Computing System Interface (ISCSI), and VoIP (Voice over Internet Protocol). The main advantage of converged protocols is the ability to use existing TCP/IP supporting network infrastructure to host special or proprietary services without the need for adding networking hardware. Internet Small Computer Systems Interface (ISCSI). ISCSI is a storage transport protocol that gives client devices access to block level HDD and SDD volume storage components using Ethernet. Along with fiber channels, ISCSI is often utilized for storage area networks, SANs, and other shared networks or dedicated storage. It does not file access solutions like network attached storage (NAS) or object storage solutions, which use different transport protocols. Securing this, ISCSI is secured using the same mechanisms to protect other TCP/IP based networks. Run it on a dedicated switch fabric and private VLAN. detect packet sniffers and scanning tools, use IPsec authentication header, use A221 AE MACsec with AES-256 GMAP, move to a software-driven defined network and software-defined security zero trust environment. Require the host or an initiator to authenticate the ISCI device on target with a digitally signed certificate wherever it tries to access data on the target logical unit number and number disk drive. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol. A VoIP system uses a computer, smartphone, VoIP IP phone, or WebRTC enabled browser to make telephone calls and transfer data. Instead of a traditional landline, VoIP typically uses a broadband internet connection to transmit data that is transformed from a original analog data to digitized packets. Solutions offer may feature such as automated attendant with iterative voice response, caller ID, hold with music on hold, queuing, customer ringback, hot desking, call flipping, conferencing, recording, and transcription, among others. How do you secure this? A UTM deploying security infrastructure that protects all traffic and not just common data transport. Call encryption utilizing WebRTC technology and secure real-time transport protocol SRTP for encryption and authentication. Reliance on TLS protocol to hide information like username and phone numbers. Use of two-factor authentications to mitigate brute force attack and employee acceptable use training. IBOE, IBOE or RDMA cover converged Ethernet is a network protocol that enables remote direct memory access over Ethernet networks. RDMA involves the access of memory to one system by another in a network without involving either one's operating system, processor, or cache. IBOB encapsulates an IB transport packet over Ethernet. These are two ROCE versions, that is version 1 and version 2. Media access MACsec frame protection is popular with supporting switch infrastructure. Compute Express Links CLX. CLX is a cache coherent open interconnection standard for high-speed CPU connection to memory and other devices. It leverages the standard peripheral component interconnect express physical layer but uses a supported alternate protocol. By creating a common memory space for connected devices, a CXL standard brings performance advantage for hyperscaling and other advanced applications. CLX utilizes a flexible processor port that can operate in either PCIe or CLX modes. Homomorphic encryption. A fully homomorphic encryption is an innovative technique to achieve zero trust on untrusted or shared domains without ending to decrypt it. It leverages algebraic functions and a symmetric key crypto system to securely access data while keeping it encrypted. It is valuable in environments where data is being shared by analysts in hybrid cloud development and shared enclaves like AWS Nitro in the cloud. Transport architectures can be centralized, decentralized, and distributed. So, in a data plane in a network, a plane is an abstract term that simply describes when processes take place as in a plane of existence. A data plane is a process mechanism that forwards the packetized frames. Therefore, It is also called the forwarding plane. It is also referred to as a user plane, carrier plane, or a barrier plane since it is the component of the network that conveys user traffic. This plane must have protections of data in transit and data in use. In a control plane is an aspect of a network that manages how data packets are forwarded. This is typically accomplished using a static routing table or dynamic routing protocol like BGP or OSPF. This plane is protected with control plane protection on individual infra devices like switches, multi-layer switches, routers, gateway, wireless controllers, firewalls, IPS sensors, hash message authentication code like SHA-2 or 3. A management plane is responsible for the supervision and monitoring of all wired and wireless network operations. This is where all connected devices are securely configured and operated using optimal due diligence and due care. This plane is also responsible for software and firmware updates, security, and visibility. Common solutions on this plane are SNMP version 3, NTP version 3, IAC, NetFlow version 9, SDN, and Security Information and Event Management SIEM, Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. SOAR systems, to name a few. Cut-through switching and routing. Cut-through is a packet switching method where the switch, router, or gateway forwards the packet as soon as the destination address is processed. The device does not wait for the entire datagram to be received, but rather only a fraction of the frame of packet. A next packet is seen as soon as the previous one has been confirmed as reaching the target without waiting for the complete transmission of the previous packet. Storage and forwarding of packet switching and forward packet switching. The first widely used forwarding method at an Ethernet layer was referred to as a store and forward switching. Here, the frame is received entirely before a forwarding decision is made based on dynamic MAC addressing. Once received, the frame check sequence frame is calculated to ensure the integrity of frames. This method has high latency than cut-through and usually rejects frames smaller than 64 bytes and larger than 1518 bytes by default. Performance metrics throughput. Network throughput is the amount of data transmitted successfully from one node to another in a time frame. Network throughput refers to the degree of message delivery over a communication channel such as Ethernet or fiber. Network throughput is typically measured in bits per second (bps), as in megabits per second (mbps) or gigs per second. Bandwidth is often synonymous when relating to the amount of data a network connection can handle at a given point in time. Performance matrix bandwidth. Bandwidth has several technical means, but it usually refers to the volume of information per unit of time that a transmission medium like Ethernet or Firelink channel can tolerate. Bandwidth and throughput are typically expressed in bits per second like Mbps or 100 MB per second, which is a data transfer rate of 100 million bits every second. A common connection of 1 gig would be 1000 megabits per second. Bandwidth can also refer to the actual width of a band in the radio frequency spectrum in bits or bytes. The performance metrics in terms of latency. Latency is the time it takes for data to move from one host to another on a wired or a wireless network. If a server sends a packet at so and so GMT and the client receives it at so and so GMT, then the amount of latency is the difference between the two times. Like in this example, it is 0.145 seconds or 145 milliseconds. This performance matrix helps developers know how quickly a web page or an app has loaded for end user, as well as measuring the presentation of real-time services. In terms of jitter is a negative impact of a time delay in sending the data packets over a network connection. Fundamentally, the long-term packets take to arrive, the longer data packets take to arrive, the more jitter can negatively affect the video or an audio stream. It is often the result of network congestion, route hop changes, or denial of service attacks. It is a common nuisance when attempting to use conference software such as Zoom or what we are using presently. In terms of signal to noise ratio is usually abbreviated as SNR or S/R. This performance matrix is a mathematical technique measure that relates to a system or services overall sound quality. SNR compares a level of signal power to the level of noise power and is often expressed as a measurement of decibels dB. Higher numbers typically means a better specification, since there is more beneficial information that is signaled to an unwelcoming noise. This is also a common wireless analysis matrix. So, moving on to data flow models in cloud, on-premise, and cloud. Data flow models in application. This example was flashed earlier also, a simple data flow diagram of a grading system. Traffic flow model north to south. Data center server to client and cloud to data center server. Traffic flow model east to west. So whilst this may sound a little overwhelming, but yeah, you may from this domain, especially domain 4, a lot of information needs to be put to memory, and especially the protocols which deliver security in network definitely needs to be put to memory, because the tricky questions definitely come in exam. We will be doing some sample questions that will give you some clarity to what all information you definitely will have to remember. OSI model and the protocols associated with them will 100% be asked. So I will be covering a simpler presentation also, which on the because this is an important domain, so I will be flashing slides of one more presentation, which has some key elements which is generally asked in exam as far as this goes. So let's take a little break, sir, and then reassemble at about, say, after 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Right, sir. A little longer break. I was on a urgent call, so yeah.
I'm good. That's all right.
Now coming to physical segmentation. Again, to towards protection of the network. Physical segmentation is again one important aspect. Physical segmentation involves deconstructing a large computer network system into a group of smaller subnets. A physical or virtual firewall serves as the subnet gateway for controlling all ingress and egress of traffic. Physical segmentation is rather straightforward to manage since the topology is fixed and the architecture fixed in the architecture or facility. In-band communication. In-band communication relates to transmitting data within the same communication channel or band as the control information. For example, a dynamic routing protocol, advertisements, neighbor information table, and databases are sent on the same corporate local area network. In-band communication also allows for a transmission of both management and data signals over the same wired or wireless network connection. Out-of-band communication. Out-of-band traffic is usually reserved for network management and telemetry information. Out-of-band management has historically been done through dedicated serial line connections or switches that are separate from the production or corporate LAN. It could also refer to moving a large amount of data to the cloud or hardened secure storage box such as a AWS Snowbox. Logical segmentation. Logical segmentation or virtual network segmentation utilizes software and applications to participate for partition a network into smaller manageable sections, domains, or zones. These segments may be generated using subnetting, virtual local VLANs, private VLANs, and virtual firewalls. Example of a switch virtual LANs. VMware private VLANs. VPN segmentation. Logical zoning. Virtual routing and forwarding. VRF enables routing table segregation. Using VRF, network admins can separate the firewall functions for different routing domains across an enterprise network. It also allows for overlapping address space to coexist and communicate through the enterprise. Cisco VRF. Micro-segmentation. Micro-segmentation is a method of creating zones in data centers or cloud environments to insulate workloads from one another and secure them independently. Micro-segmentation can be accomplished with network overlays or encapsulation techniques. Providers can implement multi-tenant virtual distributed firewalls, routers, and IDS and IPS. Zero trust micro-segmentation. Micro-segmentation allows organizations to deploy a zero trust model by constructing secure microparameters around granular application workloads. By obtaining coarse control over the most sensitive applications and data, enterprises can eradicate zone of trust that increase data vulnerability. For example, trust but verify. SDNs virtualize network functionality by separating the control and data planes and implementing the network intelligence in software, typically hypervisor or proprietary server solutions. Zero trust micro segmentation. Edge networks. Edge computing is a distributed computing architecture that brings compute services and data storage close to the site, like local zones, where it is needed to speed up response times, lower latency, and preserve bandwidth. For example, a CDN solution places cached version of content, often in elastic Redis in memory storage clusters at metro edge area locations. Security is a shared responsibility model between customers, internet service providers, and CDN providers. Edge computing can also be characterized by using direct solutions like AWS Direct Connect, Azure Express Route, and Google Interconnect. Edge networking traffic examples: data replication and database migration, backups and disaster recovery, business intelligence, file integrity results, malware threat modeling, managed security service provider, security information and event management SIEM and SOAR solutions like Azure Sentinel, data analytics, machine learning and artificial intelligence results. Bluetooth is a personal area network pan wireless standard for transmitting data between fixed and mobile devices over short distances. It operates in 2.4 gigs frequency range and is often used for connecting devices like smartphones, headphones, speakers, and Internet of Things devices such as cryptocurrency wallets. Newer devices are using Bluetooth mesh to perform enterprise-wide certificate-based provisioning. Mesh provisioning also uses a Diffie-Hellman key exchange to establish a shared secret between the provisioner and the client. Bluetooth security. In late 2023, a critical Bluetooth vulnerability was discovered. It is a keystroke injection flaw that tricks a smartphone or a computer into pairing with a fake keyboard, which can in turn connect to the device without a confirmation. Consider disabling Bluetooth on devices when out in public. Test patch management. Tested patch management is a critical requirement. Bluetooth Mesh offers several enterprise security solutions for mobile device management solution. Zigbee is a wireless technology for cost-effective and low-power IoT network based on 802.15.4 radio standard. It is used for digital radios, human automation, medical device data collection, and other low power, low bandwidth use cases. Zigbee supports centralized or distributed security architecture. There are three types of 128-bit symmetric keys used in a Zigbee standard: network key for broadcasting, link key for unicasting, and master key for long-term security between two devices. Satellite communication, mobility solutions like GPS, unnumbered IoT devices, and even electrical grids and other power supplies commonly rely on satellites for operational continuity. Uplinks and downlinks are often sent through the Open Telecom Network Security Protocol that are effortlessly accessed by attackers. Satellite ground stations are principally vulnerable to threat actors. All military-grade satellite communications are subject to all commercial solutions for classified requirements, including dual-tunnel encryption and other packages. Network security infrastructure authenticates communication at every phase of data transmission that gets sent to the Earth-bound devices before it goes to the satellite. Trusted computing technology can ensure trustworthiness of devices, device identity, and security validity using cryptographic keys. Geofencing and geotagging are facilitated by satellite technology. Wi-Fi security or WPA3. All Wi-Fi protected access version 3 network use the latest security methods, disallow outdated legacy protocols, and require the use of protected management frames. PMF enhances privacy protections already in the place for data frames with mechanisms to improve the resiliency of mission critical networks. WPA Personal allow for natural password selection, provides enhanced protections, and supports forward. Uses simultaneous authentication of equals protocol. WPA3 uses authenticated encryption, TCMP 256. Key derivation and confirmation is done with 384-bit hash-based message authentication code with secure hash algorithm HMAC SHA-384. Key establishment and authentication is done with elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman and elliptic curve digital signature algorithm, which is 384-bit key length. Robust management framework protection is accomplished with 256-bit broadcast multicast integrity protocols, ELOS message authentication code, BIP GMAC 256. VLAN controller security. WLCs have a session level access control for management protocols and multifunction MFP features. All interactive management traffic to the controller will be done through HTTPS SSH encrypted. Control panel policy and CPU access control list ACLs control the control panel and which devices can talk to the main control processors. Network IDS IPS solution, SIM and log event correlation, locate rogue radios and access points. For cellular and mobile networks, 5G is the next generation of global networking. All 5G devices in the cell are linked to the internet and telephone network by radio waves through a local antenna in the cell. The goal is to deliver bandwidth up to 10 gigabytes per second. by using higher frequency radio waves than current cellular networks. Cell phone and other devices should be part of the enterprise mobility management. Cellular networks work with vendor carriers and users for policies. 5G security. 5G security techniques help secure 5G infrastructure and supported devices against data loss, cyber attacks, hackers, malwares, and other threats. 5G uses virtualization, network slicing, and SDN, making it susceptible to new attack vectors. The most complex infrastructure of 5G also widens its attack surface. With far more connected devices and faster data transfer rates, 5G is significantly more vulnerable to cyber attacks. Tested vendor patching, enterprise mobile mobility management, and CSP 5G gateways are critical. Li-Fi 802.11bb. Li-Fi is a mobile wireless technology that uses light instead of radio frequency spectrum to transmit data. It is supported by global consortium of companies driving the next generation of wireless to integrate into the 5G core. Li-Fi is simpler than wireless and uses direct modulation method akin to those used in low-cost infrared devices like remote control components. LED light bulbs have high intensities and therefore can achieve a very large data rates. Content Delivery Distribution Network (CDN) service is designed for high performance, security, and developer suitability. Companies like Akamai and Cloudflare securely deliver data, video, applications, and application program interface APIs to customers globally with low latency and high transfer speeds within a developer-friendly environment. Content is delivered directly to global edge locations and various service endpoints. Content distribution networks. Content distribution networks reduces latency and delays when loading web content and streaming audio and video content by reducing the physical distance between the server and the user around the world. Without a CDN, origin servers would have to replay all the requesting in considerable traffic load, resulting in considerable traffic load, as in the early dot-com days. By leveraging modern edge computing and elastic caching, the CDN offloads traffic from content servers to metro edge locations. Security of CDN. The control API is only accessible via authenticated TLS enabled endpoints. Durability is only offered on the origin servers. Storage, security policies, and can be used on origin servers. A private content feature controls how data is delivered from the edge location to viewers and how locations access the backend content. Geo restrictions can control access to the content based on the geographic locations of the viewers. CDN distribution nodes run web application firewall and secure web gateway solutions, anti-DDoS, TLS 1.2, HTTP, strict transport security, and managed threat tools. Software defined networks. Virtualize network functionality by fully partitioning the control and data planes. Implements network intelligence in software, usually hypervisor or proprietary server solution. Is a network management methodology that allows dynamic programming networking overlay. Empowers admin to build networks with software. Works over any vendor's physical or virtual router or switch. Security. SDN security delivers highly controlled and secure environments, often using virtualization technology. Network security device functionality, next gen firewalls, IDS, IPS, endpoint detection and response, identity management, and segmentation are removed from hardware devices and moved to a software layer. IT infrastructures security services transition from hardware based to a software defined solution. Administrators use attribute based access control (ABAC) and zero trust network access (ZTNA) with biometrics to make digitally signed API calls from the hardened specialty controllers. Software defined wide area network (SD-WAN). SD-WAN is a SDN approach that raises network traffic management away from the hardware and premises to next generation software in the cloud for superior agility, control, and visibility. SD-WAN incorporates a centralized control function which user-defined applications and routing policies to deliver highly secure, robust, and application-aware network traffic management. Network observability. Network observability solutions are critical to provide context, identify major issues, and enable teams to provide service performance and customer experience. Observability is the capability to address any questions about your network rapidly and simply. It means utilizing diverse data sources to know what is occurring inside and on-site and a cloud network and how the internal state impacts organization goals, user experience, and the delivery of the value proposition. Traffic flow is a sequence of packets from source to destination. Network traffic has two directional flows, north to south or and east to west. Traffic affects networking since an unusually high volume can lead to slow download speeds, poor conferencing, or deteriorated VoIP connections. Traffic so is also related to security because an abnormally high degree of traffic could be the sign of denial of service or distributed denial of service attack. Infrastructure devices like next-gen firewalls and load balancers shape traffic. So capacity management will have many pointers like managing wired and wireless, Ethernet and fiber infrastructure, monitoring all ingress and egress connections, handling network interfaces with infrastructure as code, and watching usage, optimizing performance, improving security practices continually. Moving on to the fault detection and handling. Now, network fault detection is a practice of sensing, separating, and handling network errors and failures. A fault occurs when a system or a service operates in an unexpectedly way that results in lower effectiveness, and resource availability. The process consists of controlling and analyzing error logs, receiving and treating trap notifications, tracing and recognizing faults, performing network diagnostic tests. The main goal of fault detection and handling is rapid discovery and response, often with SIEM-SOAR automation and semi-automated runbooks. Securing network components and communication channels. The objectives of this section is to describe operations of infrastructure, transmission media, and network access control systems, provide an overview of endpoint security, define voice, video, collaboration, and remote accesses, describe about data communications and online third-party connectivity. Operation of infrastructure. The organization's infrastructure and operations group deploys and manages technology, information, and data. They control an assortment of components including endpoints, server, processes, networking, storage, data, software, security, and cloud-based services. Responsibilities involve the entire life cycle of physical, software, and virtual assets. IT operations involve all tasks in the construction, design, configuration, deployment, and ongoing maintenance of the IT infra that supports the value proposition. IT infra is made up of the collective mechanisms necessary for the operations and continual improvement of the enterprise IT services and environments. A redundant power supply occurs when a single equipment component functions with two or more physical power supplies and sources. Each of the power supplies will have the capacity to run the device on its own, which will allow it to operate even if one goes down. This is referred to as active-active failover. This is an aspect of the availability goal of the security triad. Multi-vendor pathway connectivity. Data center reliability is also defined by the performance of the infra. There should be a redundant connectivity from multiple providers into the data center if possible. This will help prevent a single point of failure of network connectivity. The redundant part should deliver the minimum expected connection speeds for data center operations. Warranty and support. To get warranty support for products and services, companies can determine what is covered under all warranties and cost for repair outsourced. and cost for repair outside of warranty for certain products. Use diagnostic tools to find and correct issues. Check the warranty or service status. Sign in and identify the product to see available support. Ascertain if contact options require an active warranty. Signal propagation quality. Wireless communication systems are composed of one or more antenna, tower, or cell site locations. Antennas attached to structures propagate wireless communication signals to host devices using a RF spectrum. Wireless signal propagation is the movement of radio waves moving at the speed of light to and from sites and endpoints. Ensuring the quality of the signals in external and internal environment is the key aspect of availability proposition. Coverage consideration. The lower the frequency, the farther the usable signals will propagate. Power that doubles in watts will result in a 3 dB boost in the signal strength and can interfere with the neighboring services set. Obstacles must be considered, including external topography and internal walls and structures that can block signals. Diffraction is the way that signals function when moving around obstacles. Multipath is a manner in which deflected signals can either assist or hinder reception. Attenuation is the estimated signal weakness of the signals through an obstacle. Network access control is also known as a network admission control, was originally a Cisco initiative, is the practice of blocking or strictly limiting unauthorized subjects from accessing a corporate or private network. Enforces authenticated users and devices that are authorized and subject to network security policies. Is critical since BYOD endpoints and IoT devices are in, ubiquitous to in modern environments. Advantages of NAC regulates all users and devices attempting to access the corporate network, enables contractors, partners, temporary workers, and guests to access the network with various restrictions and postures, leverages role-based, attribute-based, and risk-based access policies, partitions employees into groups based on their job functions and topics, protects against cyber attacks by exposing unusual activities, integrates the same source solution from an for an automated response, leverages next generation endpoint protection with user behavior analytics, generates reports and visibility into access attempts throughout the organization. Host-based intrusion detection system (HIDS). It is a traditional system that monitors and analyzes the behavior of a computer or individual network interface, discovers malicious indicators of compromise by analyzing system at kernel level, evaluates system logs, files and processes, as well as the network packets onto its network interfaces and compares it to established signatures on local sensor storage or a database. Can deliver deep visibility into all critical systems. Endpoint detection and response. EDR involved from an early HIDS solution. A lighter software agent installed on the host system often provides the basis for event monitoring and reporting. EDR tools primarily focuses on detecting and investigating suspicious activity and are indicators of compromise on host endpoints. EDR tools monitor endpoints and network events and send information to the same system or centralized database so further analysis, investigation and reporting can take place. Behavior analytics, advanced detection techniques, indicator of compromise scan, automated response and discovery, multiple response options, quick response during the investigation, enrich alert data, attack visualization, root cause, some other features of a EDR system. Next gen endpoint protection, partnering with MSSP or cloud access security broker, advanced antivirus with machine learning and artificial intelligence, managed threat hunting, cloud-based threat intelligence and user behavior analytics, and IT hygiene. Unified Extendable Firmware Interface (UEFI) is a modern replacement for BIOS that offers faster boot times, support for larger hard drives, a user interface, backward compatibility with older BIOS systems, secure boot, testing of the hardware components including power on self-test, initiating the OS, the ability to protect the device at a lower level with passwords. Hardware root of trust anchors the trustworthiness of the system to hardware and not software. Hardware solutions are more secure than software solutions. Is less susceptible to attacks since security solutions are on the chip. Founded in trusted execution environments or trusted computing. Trusted platform module (TPM) module embedded in the system. Self-encrypting drive or hardware security module (HSM), dedicated crypto processor. TPM, a computer chip or a microcontroller installed on the device to or built into PC, tablet, or phone system boards. Tamper-resistant security chip. Stored data that is needed to authenticate the platform, such as password, certificates, and encryption keys. TPM offers integrity, authentication, and privacy. Self-encrypting devices are hardware-based full disk data encryption solutions that secure all contents on the drive with encryption including keys. Encrypt when writing data, are invisible to the end user and cannot be disabled. Tend to be less susceptible to threats when compared to software-based encryption. Are still subjected to stolen keys, repurposed drives, thefts on devices, and end of life. Provide pre-boot authentication, endpoint security, and device authentication. Encryption, key management, network access control, and policy compliance. VoIP security. When voice data packets are sent from the sender to the receiver, they often use SRTP, Secure Real-Time Transport Protocol. This is an advanced encryption standard cryptographic protocol that is applied to data packets, authenticates messages, and delivers additional protection against data breaches and cyber attacks. VoIP providers also use TLS or SIP over TLS to encrypt and secure additional call data. TLS encrypts data like caller names and phone numbers, prevents message tampering, and stops call eavesdropping. Quality VoIP providers should offer both TLS and AES encryption. End-to-end encryption is a VoIP security option that directly encrypts communication data between endpoints. It prevents on-path attacks on call and message data when it moves from sender to recipient and vice versa. Standard TLS encryption includes only client to server encryption, so attackers can still access all network data, eavesdrop on and record calls, manipulate files during transfer, and review all business message history. E2EE uses keys to protect data at rest and in transit, preventing attackers and telecom providers from accessing your data. Securing video and conferencing. Zoom. There are in-meeting security functions available to a Zoom meeting host. Encrypt meeting by default with optional end-to-end encryption. Generate waiting rooms for attendees. Oblige host to be present before meeting begins. Eject a participant or all participants. Suspend participant activities or lock meetings. Securing video and conferencing. Securing video and conferencing. Zoom. There are additional security functions available on Zoom meeting host like screen share watermarks, use audio signatures, enable disable a participant or all participants to record, temporarily pause screen sharing when a next window is opened, force a passcode to protect a meeting, allow any participant with a particular email domain to join a meeting. So we have reached the midway. Let's take a small break, sir. Because yeah, it's a little bit of data I can understand. Let's take a 5 minutes break.
Okay. Okay.
Administrative solutions involve the following options: IPsec, IKE V1 and V2 remote access with VPN clients like Cisco AnyConnect, Web VPN remote access clients TLS, clientless VPN sessions with supported browsers to VPN gateways, SSH and RDP TLS management sessions to Bastion server jump hosts. Zero Trust Network Access software defined parameters, third party or AWS verified access, manage Bastion services from cloud service providers. Manage Bastion services. Cloud providers offer dynamic Bastion services to allow remote administrators to manage environments without giving them full Windows or Linux Bastion jump hosts. Managed services will spin up fresh SSH2 or TLS instance each time an authorized user requests access. The solution can be agent-based or agentless. Some solutions will auto-scale to increase capacity based on demand. Backhaul networks. A backhaul network handles the transmission of signals from a remote site or network to another site, typically a central office. It is often done through a high capacity fiber runs capable of transmitting high bandwidths, 50 or 2 and 100 gigabytes per second. In telecommunication, backhaul is a transport network that connects the mast or access point to a core network. Satellite solutions, GPS, are also used for black holes. For example, in a mesh Wi-Fi system, black hole is the communication sent from the router to its satellites to extend the internet link. Backhaul is the link between the access node and the core network, con- configured based on metrics like throughput, latency, interference, reliability, scalability, and speed. Wireless carriers use backhaul to transport voice, video, and data traffic from a mobile base station or core or cell tower to a mobile switching center or other central exchange point. Third-party connectivity. Organizations leverage third-party vendors when sourcing the latest applications and infrastructure. Third-party service providers also support cloud deployments with SD-WAN, SD-WAN software-defined metropolitan area network (SD-MAN) and secure access service edge (SASE), session description protocol (SDP), and direct links for edge hybrid cloud. Third-party remote access brings massive cost and tactical benefits, but also introduces challenges and risks. Cloud Service Provider Local Zone (CSP). AWS local zones are an infrastructure deployment solution that places compute, storage, database, and other specific AWS services close to large population and industry centers. Cloud customers often migrate their applications to a nearby cloud partner vendor local zone while still addressing the low latency needs of hybrid deployment. Local zones enable real-time gaming, live streaming, augmented reality and virtual reality, virtual workstations and more. AWS Cloud Infra Local Zones. Telecommunications and the cloud. Historically, telecommunication companies have been relatively slow in moving to cloud adoption and integration. Today, many telecommunication companies control, operate, and integrate a huge portfolio of infra interconnected with global communication networks. 5G has been a huge driver for emerging telecom integration with cloud service providers like AWS and Google Cloud. They have an integrated approach, a big bang upgrade, a hybrid approach, and selective replacement. Third party and teleco cyber risk. They suffer from insider threats. Third parties may misuse valid credentials to breach networks, steal data, and spread malware. Malware attacks, remote connections can be ransomware entry points. System failure. When a third party company has a system failure, their client networks are exposed. Regulatory risk. Poor third-party security can cause data breaches, leading to penalties and reputational harm. Controlling asset access and device integration and authentication. The objectives are providing an overview of physical and logical access, groups, roles and authentication, authorization and accounting. Describe session management, registration, proofing, identity and federated identity management. Outline control credential management systems and single sign-on. Define just-in-time. Survey authentication systems implementation and federated identity with a third party. Control physical and logical access to assets. Controlling physical access to assets is a redundant CISSP objective. This lesson will focus on an overview of the importance of security manager to control access to logical and virtual assets. So physical access controls we have discussed previously. Biometric access and exit sensors, seismically braced server racks, UPS, backup generators, redundant HVAC control environments, gas-based fire suppression systems, server operations monitoring, on-premise security officers, security breach alarms, electronic motion sensors, and continuous video surveillance. Coming to the logical access controls, techniques that ensure that only authorized subjects and principals can access systems, services, and applications. Tools, services, and protocols for authentication, identification, authorization, proofing, and accountability. Guidance, policies, standard operating procedures, and other tasks for enterprise access control administration. Example of common logical access control would be a module such as ACLs, role-based access control, attribute-based access control, and mandatory access control. AAA multi-factor authentication and passwordless solution. Identity registration, proofing and establishment. Single sign-on solution. Just-in-time session management and biometrics. Authentication. Authentication subjects is technically mandatory even if using open or anonymous technique. Historically, clients would initiate a TCP three-way communication handshake before authentication processes. This is now considered suboptimal and a violation of zero trust principle. Authorization is technically optional for authenticated entities and is mandatory from a practical policy standpoint. In modern security deployments, it is desirable to implement session-based tokens and attribute-based authorization mechanisms. Accounting is generally implemented in two use cases: monitoring, visibility and reporting; billing, chargeback and reporting. Remote authentication dial-in user service (RADUS) is one of the most popular IETF-based AAA services, and it is known for exceptional accounting capabilities. Diameter is the next generation radius. Generally, the difference in the exam, the question on radius or diameter is generally asked. Multi-factor authentication. Modern authentication and authorization systems should utilize more than one factor or mechanism. So something you know would be knowledge of the password, any secret or a pin, something you have is something you have in possession of, like a token, a badge, or a smart card, and something you are, which is your inherent quality, such as your biometric characteristics. Presenting two of these is often called a two-factor or a dual-factor authentication or 2FA. There are other factors are also which have been introduced, like somewhere you are, and more such factors which is used in modern day to authenticate whether like a person is a human or a robot, is again authenticating that the user is an authentic user. So there are multiple factors which have been introduced beyond this in multi-factor authentication. So additional factors as which has come up on the slide. Some security industry professionals present additional authentication factors other than the three mentioned. Although they are less common, and other authentic factors may include the location where a user is during the login attempt, impossible travel, time, when the system rejects login attempts outside the normal business hours, context, if the user is VPN on, VPN off, or using software defined parameter based on CEDR language policy. If these others are utilized, then 4-factor or 5-factor authentication are technically feasible in attribute-based model. Passwordless authentication. Two-factor and multi-factor authentication are commonly an additional factor along with a password or a paraphrase or a passphrase. However, the trend in many systems is towards passwordless AAA solutions. It can counter credential-based attacks, identity fraud, and data loss. It supports contextual user behavior analysis of real-time events and end-user activities. Common solutions might include a fast identity online, FIDO passkey, or QR codes on a device like ID now. So example of a passwordless AAA, user connects to for so example is a user connects to a corporate VPN. Instead of password, the VPN client prompts for a fingerprint scan or a biometric. The scan is verified against the stored hash in the authentication server, Redis or LDAP server. Then authorization. Once authenticated, the server checks the user's role in the directory and grants access to the correct VLAN or network resource. Then accounting. The VPN logs sessions start time, duration, data transferred, and which resources were accessed. Here, no password is ever sent, only biometric or hardware token based proof of identity was used. Another real world passwordless AAA examples are smart card logging to workstation. For authentication, insert smart card plus PIN. PIN can be replaced by fingerprint on the card. For authorization, domain policy grants access to the network shares, and accounting, system logs, login, logout, and access attempts. QR code logging for web application. Authentication: scan QR code with your authenticated mobile app. Session is linked to your account with predefined privileges, and server tracks every message sent, received, and modified. So these are some of the examples of passwordless authentication. Session management: by far the most common session is a web session, either clear text or secure. This is a sequence of network HTTP or HTTPS requests and response packets with headers associated with the same subject. Modern applications and apps need to maintain data and or the state of each subject for the time of multiple requests. Sessions leverage variables like access rights and localization settings that apply to every action the entity takes with a server or application for the session duration. Session management involves an exchange mechanism between two parties to share and continuously exchange a session identifier. There are multiple mechanisms available in HTTP to maintain session state within web applications, like cookies, that is standard HTTP header, URL parameters, URL arguments on GET request, body argument on POST request, proprietary HTTP headers. The preferred exchange mechanism must define advanced token properties like expiration date, time, and specific use constraint. This is one reason why cookies are the most widely used session ID exchange mechanism. Web development frameworks like J2EE, ASP.NET, and PHP offer their own session management methods and implementation. OASP recommends using these built-in framework instead of something else constructed from scratch, since they are used globally in many web environments. Although not without some vulnerabilities, they have been heavily tested by application security and development communities. Session security. The original ubiquitous method to secure web communication was the Secure Socket Layer SSL OSI Layer 5 protocol, like Netscape Navigator. With next generation TLS coming, the record and handshake protocols manage the process of protecting symmetric session keys with an asymmetric crypto system. Additional security mechanisms such as elliptic curve, forward secrecy with ephemeral keys, secure cookies, online certificate status protocol OCSP, and HTTP strict transport security HSTS can enhance the session security. Identity registration. According to NIST, identity registration is the process of making a person's identity known to the personal identification verification system. associating a unique identifier with that identity, and collecting and recording the person's relevant attributes in the system into the system. Identity registration, also called enrollment, involves inputting an individual's personally identifier information into a system or service. Registration and enrollment information. Relevant attributes, characteristics, and metadata regarding the subject should be collected and documented digitally and even physically first, like full name and former names, driver's license or similar document, passport, social security or national identification number, email addresses, phone numbers, bank account information for direct deposit, emergency contacts and beneficiaries. Identity proofing is necessary to transcend the many weaknesses and gaps in basic origin authentication. Registration of or enrollment with a single factor is often inadequate, especially for users that have privileged access or roles in the organization. Fundamentally, identity proofing is a set of next level techniques for authenticating and verifying the identity of the subject attempting to access an application system or service. Proofing regularly leverages knowledge base user attributes like predefined security questions or public record inquiries, setup authorization through document verification, background checks using national identity system or naturalization queries, wallet based factor ID verification, and secure Zoom meetings through third parties. National Background Investigation Bureau's flowchart. So just 2 minutes, I received a call. I'll be just back. Hello.
That's all right. That's cool.
So there are 7 laws of identity: user control and consent, minimal disclosure, justification, directed identity, competition, human integration, and consistency. Federated Identity Management (FIM). Federated identity management is dependent on zero trust agreements between identity providers and service providers first and foremost. They must establish which attributes, such as email, location, or phone number, distinguish the online entity properly. Once these credentials are verified, the subject can be authenticated and authorized across multiple service platforms and sites. The common technique used in federated identity management includes SAML, Security Accession Markup Language, OpenAuth or OpenID. Security Accession Markup Language is a single sign-off for enterprise or web applications. It uses XML to exchange authentication and authorizing data. The identity provider sends a SAML assertion to the service provider to prove the to prove that the user is authenticated. Typical use cases: log into Salesforce using your corporate Active Directory login without re-entering the password. In a case of OpenAuth or OAuth or Open Authorization, the purpose is delegated authorization. It gives a service permission to access your data without sharing your password. It uses a JSON and HTTP passes access token. The client app gets a token from the authorization server to access a resource on your behalf. The typical use case would be a Canva to post to your Instagram without giving Canva your Instagram password. If you're using a Canva app to post in Instagram without giving your password, is the example of OpenAuth. So you log into Canva. Canva asks Instagram for permissions to post. Instagram shows, do you allow Canva to post? You click allow, and OpenAuth token is given to Canva, and Canva can post it now. So this is an example of OpenAuth. And OpenID Connect or OIDC. The purpose is to authentication, login identity, but on top of OpenAuth 2.0. It uses JSON Web Tokens, same as OAuth, but returns an ID token to prove who you are. For example, login with Google on any third-party website is an example of OpenID Connect. You click sign in with Google. Google authenticates you and sends an ID token plus an access token if permissions are needed. So the key differences between SAML, OpenAuth and OpenID Connect is the main purpose of SAML is single sign-on, OpenAuth is delegated authorization, and OpenID Connect is authentication. Data format of SAML is XML, OpenAuth is JSON, and OpenID Connect is JSON JWT. SAML is best for enterprise apps like AD single sign-on. OpenAuth is best for API access without password, and OpenID Connect is modern web mobile login single sign-on solution. So examples are AD to Salesforce, OpenAuth is Canva to Instagram, and OpenID is login with Google button. It is important to understand the technology and differentiation between the three: SAML, OpenAuth, and OpenID, because generally in the examination this is asked. SAML uses XML, OpenAuth uses JSON, and OpenID Connect uses JSON JWT. So that is a very important difference. and the basic difference between the three should be clearly understood because it comes as a part as a question in the examination. For identity, access services, authentication, trusted relationship with the same.
Money.
Yeah.
Um, did you have another example or uh, picture to show on those differences? Yeah, because I see you said it, but I'm not seeing it here. I
Okay.
see differences. You made mention of those differences, but this slide is not pointing it out.
Okay. Let me try to explain again.
And I really appreciated you decoding it down for me because it has been something in my head, and you just broke it down simply, and I loved it.
Thank you, sir. Basically, the things which I am highlighting are the ones which generally comes in exams because the volume of information is so much, and every topic is not important. But the ones which are really important and again asked, those are the ones. If you give maximum focus on those topics, you are sure to qualify. So that is why I stop on those topics and generally try to cover it with more clarity. So let
Yeah,
me
that is
find.
great. That is great, and that is the way I love it because there's a lot of content in the book.
Yeah. So let's again understand the SAML security essential markup language, what it is for. This SAML is for a on-premise multiple applications are there, right? So I want to do a single sign-on on-premise. So I will use SAML enterprise single sign-on. It proves who the user is to the business web app, the service provider. The token format is SAML assertion is in a XML format, typically signed and sometimes encrypted. The main roles in SAML is identity provider and service provider. The identity provider is authenticates the user, and the service provider the app that user wants to access. For example, Salesforce, right? So
Right.
common flow of information in SAML would be the service provider initiates single sign-on. User is going to hit Salesforce. The service provider directs to the identity provider for login. Identity provider authenticates user. Identity provider posts a SAML assertion back to the service provider, which is in a XML format, sometimes encrypted also. The service provider validates the signature and the user is allowed to sign in. The identity provider initiates single sign-on. Users start at the ID portal and jumps into the service provider with a ready assertion. The strengths of SAML is mature, battle-tested in enterprise, rich attribute release, and works well for browser-based single sign-on to browser-based single sign-on. The limitations are that XML and signature handling are heavy and complex, not ideal for mobile and API scenarios. So this is about the SAML.
Okay.
OpenAuth 2.0 is for delegated authorization. OpenAuth is delegated authorization. Let an app access an API on your behalf without sharing your password. Delegated authorization. How it works? There is an access token which is in opaque string or JWT. Optional refresh token in JSON over HTTPS. So main role is resource owner. The owner is you, the client, the app asking for the access. For example, Canva. Canva is asking for the access to you. The authorization server issues token, and the resource server is the API being accessed. So common grants would be the authorization token plus PKE, the client credentials, the device code. So the example here would be that you connect Canva to Instagram. Instagram asks allow Canva to post on your behalf, and you consents. The Canva gets an access token, and Canva can post via Instagram's API without your password. The strength of OpenAuth is the least privilege scopes, great for APIs and microservices, no password sharing with third-party clients. The issues with OpenAuth 2 is that not an authentication protocol, access tokens are not user friendly. Must secure redirects, uses short-lived tokens and rotate fresh tokens. On the third hand, OpenID Connect is a modern authentication built in on build it on OpenAuth's architecture only. Here it is using JWT tokens with identity claims plus OpenAuth access tokens if API are requested. The main pieces are discovery, ID token, and user info endpoints. So example is like signing in with Google, signing in, signing into a web app or any services with Google. The Google authenticates you, returns an ID token to that application. The application verifies signatures and audience and logs you in. If the application also needs Gmail access, it will request OpenAuth scopes for a separate access token. So the strength here is standard lightweight login for web and mobile, JSON JWT based, easy for APIs and SPAs, and plays nicely with OpenAuth scopes and consent. Some issues are valid ID tokens correctly may not be correctly transmitted, and clocks skew or key rotation handling is required. So these are the three technologies used in federated identity, and these are the key differences. And where which is used or in the best scenario is should be known. What technology they use for transferring the authorization should also be known, and that should be enough. I mean, for the exam, nothing more.
Okay.
No need to go in detail and beyond this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. So there has to be a trusted relationship and authentication, which the service provider should get from the identity provider should be giving to the service provider. Coming to the Microsoft Identity Manager (MIM), common MIM use case include onboarding identity and groups automatically based on business policies and workflows or tasks, integrating with the directories of existing HR systems and other authorization resources, synchronizing identities between directories, databases, and on-premise application using common APIs, protocols, and Microsoft or partner delivered connectors. As on 2024, the solution should be implemented with or migrated to Microsoft Entra Connect, Microsoft Entra Connect Sync, or Microsoft Graph Connector. Credential Management System. It is a software initiative that orchestrates the life cycle of user credentials. It is often tasked with issuance and managing credentials as part of public key infrastructure, generates complex passwords, and stores them in an encrypted format. A credential management system is integrated and scalable, typically consisting of a centralized GUI console or a dashboard, customizable tool and scripts that empower admins to manage credentials globally, strong multi-factor authentication support for employees and its citizens. Using password vaults. A password vault is an encrypted digital web service that stores online login identifications, documentations, images, and other sensitive data. Passwords are decrypted with a single master password, key stressed, for a digital vault. They offer access to credentials and personal information in the vault only to proper users. Enterprise vaults typically come in two flavors: desktop based vaults, securely stored local password on a single device such as workstation, laptop, or disk drive. A cloud-based managers encrypt and store passwords in a cloud service provider or software as a service provider so that users can access the vault from any device. So modern credential management solution will have manage engine endpoint central, last pass enterprise, dash line business, enable passportal, Zoho Vault. With single sign-on, a user only needs to present their login factor like username, password, card, FOB one time on a single prompt to access all services, application and SaaS solution. SSO is commonly used in business and government scenarios with federated solution based on SAML, OpenAuth, managed by an internal IT team. Remote workers who use SaaS applications also leverages SSO. This will be some AWS SSO page will look like. But when we are using SSO, it is not for a very important question from CISSP perspective is that SSO is not implemented for security requirements. It is implemented for administrative requirements so that the subject don't have to remember so many passwords. So to obviate that administrative hassle, the implementation of SSO will aid in administratively it will aid him to able to access multiple services by just remembering only one username password. However, from security perspective, this may be a very good feature, but from security perspective, it becomes a single point of failure because the moment there is a breach in one all the application and all the services gets compromised. So it's a single point of failure. There can be collusion attacks. There can be denial of service attacks. There can be on path attacks, replay attacks, session hijacking. So, whilst SSO is made life simpler, from the security perspective, whenever a SSO is implemented, these are the problems, these are the vulnerabilities it brings to the table and needs to be resolved.
So, Manny, when you say collusion attacks, are you referring to the what we discussed when we were talking about hashing?
That is collision. That is having the same hash for different data.
Yeah.
Collusion is, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Collusion attack in single sign-on happens when two or more parties who should not have shared authentication data work together to misuse the SSO credentials. Basically, like Google is not supposed to share the user the password or the credentials. It is supposed to transfer a token. But here,
Okay.
what has happened is that two parties who do not share authentication data work together to misuse SSO credentials and session information to gain unauthorized access. So, how it works? In a SSO setup, the user authenticates once with the identity provider and then gain access to multiple service provider without logging in again. In a collusion attack, if occurs, two service providers collude to share user data beyond the intended scope. A user and a service provider collude to impersonate another user, and the insider at identity provider and service provider collude to bypass the policies.
Ah.
In a real world example, imagine in a corporate environment, a company has a central authentication service as identity provider and service provider. One is a HR portal and service provider two is a payroll system. So there is a identity provider and two service providers, HR system and payroll system. So if an HR admin and a payroll admin share SSO session tokens for a user with high privileges, they could impersonate the chief financial officer in the payroll system to change salaries without the CFO knowing about it.
Right.
So that is why it is dangerous, because it bypasses access control policies, leaves no obvious login traces because SSO tokens are reused, and may not be detected unless behavioral analytics or audit trails are in place. How can you prevent this collusion attacks? By token binding, making tokens valid only for specific service providers. Audience restriction, ensure SSO tokens specifically the intended service provider and cannot be used elsewhere. Strong audit and logging, behavior monitoring, and data minimalization. So these are certain preventive measures to avoid collusion attack.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Just in time provisioning, JIT, automates the generation of user accounts for SSO powered application and services. Automates the generation of user accounts for SSO powered application and services. Enables new users to enroll and log in to authorized applications without needing manual provisioning. Allows subject identity to be onboarded dynamically when they attempt to log in for the first time using several social identity providers. Can grant human and non-human principals in real-time granular escalated privilege access to an application or a system for conducting specific functions. is a feature of Privileged Access Management (PAM) that gives users access to the accounts and resources for a limited time frame with least privilege and only as necessary. So, example would be Toyota does not store huge piles of parts in the warehouse. So that's the use case. The Toyota automobile manufacturer does not store huge piles of doesn't store huge piles of parts in a warehouse. When an order is received, the supplier delivers specific car part just in time for that day's production schedule. This saves storage costs and reduces the wastage also. So in the IT environment, a cloud admin access, the cloud engineer does not have permanent admin rights in Azure or AWS. When they need to perform a critical update, they request admin privileges, which are granted only for 30 minutes. After that time, the access is automatically recoverable. This reduces the risk of misuse or stolen credentials. So it aids in cybersecurity in a way that after 30 minutes the privileges will be revoked. So elevated privileges are given just in time only for the specific requirement. Right, sir?
Yes.
So benefits of enterprise just-in-time access reduces the attack surface, simplifies access control workflows, designates third-party access, improves compliance and auditing, enables automated system tasks, and makes PAM easier to implement. Just-in-time identity management. User logs in via identity provider's page. User is verified in identity providers by the identity provider. If user exists, platform welcome page. If user does not exist, a new user is created via IDP. So it becomes easier. He does not have to take the manual effort to again fill in the form and things like that. The his user is created automatically by the JIT provider. Important for CISSP Raiders. Raiders is a popularly and widely deployed IETF based client server protocol and software that enables remote access server to communicate with the credential server to authenticate dial-in users and authorize their access to the system. So various servers needs to be authenticated. They need to be authenticated. So that happens automatically by using the technology called Redis. It so the remote access server communicates with the central server to authenticate dial-in users and authorize their access to the system. Translations use a shared secret between the client and the Raiders server for authentication. Transactions used. The shared secrets are never sent over the network and only the password is encrypted. The protocol officially uses user datagram protocol on port 1812 authentication and 1813 for accounting. Earlier implementations used UDP port 1645 and 1646. Sometimes the port numbers are also asked in CISSP. It is often preferred for its robust integration accounting feature set. Raiders is commonly used for 802.1x port-based network access control. So Raiders is a remote authentication dial-in user service, UDP based, 1812 for authentication, 1813 for accounting. Older version used to use 1645 and 1646. Encryption encrypts only the password in the packet. Rest of the data, that is username and accounting info, is sent in plain text. So a use case is a older AAA system for dial-up, VPN, and some Wi-Fi authentication. Drawbacks is has it has limited security, no reliability guaranteed because of UDP, and less flexible. On the other hand, the newer technology called Raiders, newer technology to Raiders has been diameter. It it is literally in the literal sense, a diameter is twice the radius, so it is an improved successor. The protocol used in diameter is TCP and secure CTP based connection oriented reliable delivery. It uses port 3868, TCP port 3868. It can use TLS and IPsec. Full message encryption is possible. A modern AAA for mobile networks, IMS advanced roaming authentication. It is more secure, supports more commands, error reporting, and better scalability. So, in a quick comparison, a radius uses UDP, a diameter uses TCP. Reliability in radius is low, whereas diameter is more because radius is connectionless and diameter is connection oriented. Encryption is radius is only encrypting the password, whereas diameter is encrypting the full message using TLS and IPsec. Ports we have already covered, and radius uses VPN, Wi-Fi, and dial-up. Is used in VPN, Wi-Fi, and dial-up, whereas the diameter is used in 4G networks, IMS networks, roaming AAA networks. Radius is a legacy still used in small scale, and diameter is a modern and used in telecom, mainly used in telecom. The difference between radius and diameter is important for CISSP perspective. So as I've just covered, the diameter protocol offers AAA messaging services for network access and data mobility applications in IP multimedia systems like 4G, 5G networks to offer limitless scalability to aid growth, fault tolerance with high quality message delivery, support for agents for proxy, redirect, relay, and translation, secure transmission of message packets, reliable transmission over TCP or stream control transmission protocol SCTP. Yeah, so TCAS plus terminal access controller access system control system plus. TCAS plus was developed by Cisco proprietary. It is now a standard client and servers protocol for AAA services. So for when a client and server has to automatically authenticate, then this TCAS plus is used. TCAS Plus offers dynamic authorization on peer user or peer group basis. It offers separate and independent modular authentication, authorization, and accounting abilities. Each service can be tied into its own database to take advantage of other service available on that server. It is commonly used with Cisco ACS and ISE for centralized administrative access control management for the enterprise. Coming to Kerberos, Kerberos is a single sign-on authentication protocol developed by MIT that uses a tickets-based secret key crypto system for network-wide authentication. It performs mutual authentication where a client proves its identity to a server and a server proves its identity to the client. After proving their identities, they can also encrypt all communication going forward. To assure privacy and data integrity, Kerberos depends on a trusted third party called a Key Distribution Center (KDC). The KDC is aware of all systems and is trusted by the all in the realm. So there is a authentication server and a ticket granting server and a workstation and wants to access the server. So once per user login session is initiated, the authentication server will give a ticket to the user station, and that ticket will have certain validity. And once the workstation wants to access the server station, it will ask for the ticket granting server to give the access ticket, which will be given to the server. The details will be given to the server as well as to the workstation. And when the ticket reaches the server authenticates the ticket issued by the ticket granting server to the workstation, and when that is authenticated, the connection is established. So this is the how a Kerberos is key distribution. What do you call it? Single sign-on authentication protocol works. Lightweight directed directory access protocol over SSL. LDAP is one of the protocol that many on-premise apps use to authenticate against Active Directory or Open LDAP. LDAP is not a different protocol but simply allows for an encryption of LDAP data, including user credentials that communicate with the LDAP server like a directory binding. A domain controller or other LDAP server that has its certificates properly configured will offer LDAPs via port 363 3269 to a global catalog server and start TLS via port 8389. Any application using the port other than 636 and 3269 should trigger an alert. Lightweight directory access protocol uses used to query and manage directory services like Microsoft Active Directory. LDAPs is a secure version that encrypts the connection using SSL on port 638 or TLS. So username, password and data aren't sent in plain text. How it works step by step. Your company uses Active Directory for authentication. That is a scenario. Your HR portal needs to check if the employee exists and validates is their password. Without LDAPs, the HR without LDAPs, the HR portal sends request to AD. Hey, here is the username and password. Data is sent in plain text. Anyone sniffing the network can use the credential. This is a scenario when there is no LDAPs. When LDAPs is installed, the HR portal connects to AD using SSL and TLS handshake. Encrypted tunnel is created. Credential and queries are now sent inside this encrypted tunnel. Even if someone intercepts the traffic, they see everything as garble. So, real life use case is secure corporate logins, internal apps authenticate users via AD securely now. Email systems like Microsoft Exchange queries AD over LDAPs to verify users, and VPN authentication. Many VPNs check AD credentials using LDAPs instead of plain LDAP. A secure LDAPs therefore is reducing the attack surface. So key difference between LDAP and LDAPs is that LDAP has no encryption and LDAPs has SSL or TLS encryption. Security wise, there is a vulnerability of sniffing in LDAP, and LDAPs have credentials are encrypted. That is not there in LDAPs as credentials are encrypted. So LDAP is a legacy technology, and LDAPs is a is the latest upgrade to that LDAP. So let me explain Kerberos also, because it's going to be, it's an important topic, and 100% you will expect a question in your CISSP exam. Now Kerberos is nothing but an authentication protocol that uses tickets instead of password or repeated logins. It's widely used in Microsoft Active Directory environments. What are the main goals? Prove you are you without sending your password over the network. That is the main goal. Without retyping passwords for each service. So how it is achieved? The client or the user, which is you, log into your workstation. Once you are logged into your workstation, the key distribution centers, KDC, has two services, that is authentication server and ticket granting server activated. Now, how Kerberos works step by step. The person working at an organization logs into the Windows machine to access file server and email server. So he's logged into his workstation once. Now he want to access the file server and email server. So what will be the step one? Step one will be AS exchange, authentication server exchange. You type your username and password on your computer. The password is never sent. Instead, your machine uses it to encrypt a timestamp and send it to the authentication server. So this particular code is sent to the authentication server. The authentication server verifies your credentials and sends you a ticket granted ticket. Think it of as an office entry badge. This ticket granted ticket is encrypted with the ticket granted secret key. So only the TGS can read it, which is the next server which is resident in the same key distribution center. So the step two is that you want to now open a file server after some time, not immediately. After some time, you want to open a file server. So you will send your ticket granting ticket plus the name of the file server to TGS, ticket granting server. The ticket granting server will now check your ticket granting ticket and issue you a service ticket. Think of it as a special pass for the file server. Step 3 would be that you present the service ticket to the file server. Now you are presenting that service ticket which you got from ticket granting server to the file server. The file server decrypts it using its own secret key. If valid, it lets you in without asking for your username and password again. So the analogy in this case is that a key distribution center is security office that issues ID badges. A ticket granting tickets builds access badges, and a service ticket is a room specific pass. And Kerberos' goal is only give access to rooms you are allowed to enter without making you show your passport every time. So the advantages in this particular case is passport is never seen on the network, supports single sign on, By just logging in once into your system, into your terminal, you can access multiple services. It has strong mutual authentication, but users and services verify each other. In Windows domain, logging in and opening Outlook, Teams, and file shares without retyping your passwords is an example of implementation of Kerberos. Clear, sir?
Yes.
So this is important. You will definitely get that. Firstly, password is never transmitted. That concept should be always kept in mind. Then authentication server will give you a ticket which will be used for getting a access ticket at a later stage. So once you give that to a ticket granted ticket, then the actual ticket is given, which is then presented to the server, and the server grants access. And or there can be multiple other services, not only one server. There could be 4 or 5 services which you want to use, and the tickets are presented, and those services can be accessed without need to again log in again and again. So this type of setup is implemented in Microsoft services for single sign-on purposes.
Okay.
LDAP and LDAPs also we have covered. These are important protocols. Security Assertion Markup Language SAML is an XML-based open source single sign-on standard used by many cloud connections for thousands of large enterprises, government agencies, and service providers that communicate on the internet. The key advantage of SAML is open source interoperability with wide support. Some large companies now require SAML for Internet's SSO with SaaS application and other external ISPs. SAML 2.0 at Amazon Web Services. So AWS supports federated access, so employees can log in to the AWS Management Console without creating separate IAM usernames and passwords. Instead, AWS trusts an external identity provider such as Okta, Microsoft Azure AD, Ping Federate, or even an internal corporate ADFS using SAML 2.0. In a real life example, AWS console logs in via SAML 2.0 scenario. For example, a person works at CyberCrop, which uses Okta as an identity provider. CyberCorp's developers need temporary AWS access to merge EC2 instances, but they must log in using their corporate credentials. So step by step, how it access to AWS is given using SAML 2.0 flow. So user goes to ID provider login. So the person logs into Okta dashboard, which is the identity provider. She clicks onto AWS app title inside Okta. The identity provider authenticates the user. The Okta asks user to sign in if not already logged in. The username, password, and multi-factor authentication is given by the user, and Okta verifies the credentials and against the Active Directory or its own database. So now Okta has uh, authenticated the thing. After authentication, Okta creates a SAML to assertion XML containing user identity, AWS IAM roles she is allowed to assume, and session duration request. This assertion is legally signed by Okta. Now the browser posts SAML ascension to AWS. Okta sends the signed SAML assertion back to the browser. The browser auto submits the assertion to AWS SAML endpoint. The AWS Security Token Services issues temporary credentials. AWS verifies the digital signature using the public key of the ID provider's metadata. AWS reads the IAM roles listed in the assertion. AWS STS grants temporary security credentials. A console session is created for the user. User is redirected to the AWS management console already logged in. No AWS password was ever typed, only corporate identity provider credentials were used. On AWS side, on the that is how the whole thing works, and without typing password again, by using a ID provider, the SAML assertion is created, and access to various services is granted by a single sign-on in AWS. OpenAuth 2.0 is an open authorization framework of third-party apps to get access to an HTTP service. ISP and CISSP developers use OpenAuth to store secure data to grant a user secure delegated access. OpenAuth is designed to work with HTTPS and issues access token for third-party clients with a authorization server and approval of the source service owner. OpenID Connect is a basic identity layer on top of the OpenAuth protocol that verifies the end user identity against an authorization service AS. OIDC retrieves basic profile information about the user with an interoperable REST-like methodology. Support web-based, mobile-based, and JavaScript clients. So we've taken the previously we've understood the key differences between these three protocols for single sign-on. So on-premise federated identity. On-premise federated identity solutions with third parties are taking advantage of managing security services and security brokers from variety of vendors. Initiatives are supporting zero trust technologies like software defined parameters, secure access service edge, and other vendor driven software defined WAN and software defined MAN offerings. Federated identity with cloud providers. The general best practice, regardless of cloud provider, is to leverage the same identity schema across all federated systems. All providers offer fully managed services and portfolios to make federated access rapid and smooth, like AWS Identity Center, Azure Active Directory integration. The most common protocol to use is SAML 2.0 for service access and OpenAuth or OIDC for mobile apps and IoT. With hybrid clouds, federations will take advantage of high-speed fiber direct connection partners in metro areas and or CDN edge locations using the protocols and services discussed earlier in this training. AWS Direct Connect, GCP Interconnect, Azure Express Route. Cloud providers prefer that customers use existing identity directories or Azure AD. Hybrid cloud federations will take advantage of high-speed fiber direct connection partners in metro areas and or CDN edge locations using the protocols and services discussed earlier in this training like AWS Direct Connect, GCP Interconnect, Azure Express Route, and cloud providers prefer that customers use existing identity directories or Azure. So, any questions, any doubts, anything which is appearing to be really complicated and you want me to re-explain?
No, I think I'm good.
Great, sir. So, what's the time over there right now?
122.
So, still some time for lunch break, or you want to take a little lunch break right now? Because we are finished with the topic, we'll be starting a fresh topic. So, if you want a longish break, this is the time.
Okay, yeah, let's take a long break now.
Right, sir. So, maybe a 20 would do, or a little longer.
Uh, okay, 20 minutes will do.
Okay, great, sir. Let's meet after 20 minutes.
Okay, okay. I'm back.
Yeah, great, sir. So, we have covered the main 4 and 5 topics, and I have another presentation which is having more visual clues and a, a bit simpler one. So let's quickly go through this also, if at
Okay,
all. So domain 4 covers communication and network security. So secure design principles in network architecture, secure network components, implement secure communication channels according to design. So we have mostly covered all of these: Li-Fi, Zigbee, satellite, cellular networks, 4G, 5G, CDN, SD-WAN, right? Micro segmentation we covered in detail. Software-defined networks, SD-LAN and SD-WAN. Security is largely based on IPsec, VPN tunnels, next generation firewalls, and micro segmentation of application traffic. Right. So whenever these technologies, what is the security implication should be really understood correctly. Separating the control panel from data panel opens up a number of security challenges, and the security is implemented using these technologies. Li-Fi uses light and theoretically can transmit up to speed up to 100 gigabytes plus second. Zigbee is a kind of personal area network used in IoTs and smart hubs. Diameter in 5G cellular networks, diameter is a protocol which is used for AAA. CDNs are geographically distributed. We learned about the OSI model. The mnemonic is please do not throw sausage pizza away from 1 to 7. If we go from 1 to 7 and from 7 to 1, all people seem to need data processing. So it is important to remember PDNT SPA in the same order. We also have already seen the various important protocols of each layer and also the function of each layer in OSI model. Ports, remembering important ports is also important for CISSP exam perspective. I think in that presentation, this part was not there. So, like SSH uses port 22, Telnet port 23, DNS is on port 53. So, well-known ports should generally be memorized because it can be asked in the exam. Any protocol you want to know anything specific, you can please ask. I will explain.
This is not a protocol question. I mean, I'm kind of um, when you look at HTTP, which is port 80, and HTTPS, which is port 443. But when you look at Telnet and SSH, it's 22 and 23. It's just something.
Yeah. Actually, even I was thinking, but there is no logic, logic or correlation with them.
Yeah. Because look at HTTP and HTTPS. It makes a better distinction than
Yeah.
the Telnet and SSH.
So we also know studied that the OSI is a reference model used by TCP/IP stack, and only 4 layers are used using the reference model, OSI reference model.
Okay.
The difference between TCP and UDP is important. One is connection oriented and connection less protocol. So when we are using voice data or we are using video data, but when you are streaming live video, then we would definitely like to use a correction-less protocol. The disadvantage would be that there will be error because TCP has error detection, but we don't want latency. So in some services where we don't want latency, we opt for UDP, and in some in the services where we don't want any error, there we use TCP because it is a connection oriented protocol. It's a reliable data reliability is existing is very high here. The data may get because it is a connectionless protocol. The reliability of data is not there. The data in a TCP packet is called segment, and here it is called a datagram. This is also important from CISSP perspective. Sometimes this is asked. Important to know these categorizations. I don't think there is any ever a direct question which has come in CISSP. However, it is part of the syllabus, and it is good to know that Cat 6 and Cat 6E uh, and Cat 7 cables, what are the data rates, up to what maximum length they can be used. This is important. Sometimes remembering this data is sometimes important because uh, questions are asked from the data. Topologies we are generally aware it is bus, star, ring, and mesh. The biggest problem with a bus topology is collision, because if everybody starts transmitting together, then there is likelihood to be collision. So CSMA CD, collision detection, and collision avoidance CA are the two multiplexing techniques which are generally used to avoid collision in the network. CSMA CD and CSMA CA. Star employs a centralized connection device, can be simple hub or a switch. Each system is connected to the central hub to a dedicated segment. In a mesh, there is a lot of redundancy as there are multiple segments available in case one segment fails. In ring or a token ring, the transmission is to avoid collision. There is a ring which is passed, the token which is passed. So whichever node has the token, that can only transmit. So that is how a collision is collision in the network is avoided by use of a token ring. In a bus, there is a problem of collision. Collision occurs when two systems transmit data at the same time and signals interfere with each other. Some information about analog and digital. Synchronous versus asynchronous. Synchronous is generally synchronized by a clock mechanism. Asynchronous is based on stop start delimiter bit. Baseband and broadband. There is a single communication channel and there are multiple simultaneous signals in a broadband situation. Broadcast, multicast, and unicast. One to one to many, and one to all. Carrier cells, multiple access, designed to decrease the chances of collision when two or more nodes starts transmitting. Collision detection and collision avoidance. So, a difference between detection and avoidance is detection happens after a collision has occurred, and avoidance happens when before the collision. Detection is used in wired networks, and avoidance is used in wireless. It reduces the recovery time, and avoidance minimizes the possibility of collision. So, if the detection is if the detection has happened, then that particular frame will be resent where the conflict has occurred. So that is how the data accuracy is maintained. Here the intent is first transmitted in CA. The intent is first transmitted, and then data is sent. So CSMA CD is used in 802.3 standard, and CA is used in 802.11 standard. Both of them are much better than a simple plain CSMA. Token passing and token and polling. So a token is passed, and based on the token, the transmission of the node happens. Polling performs communication using a master-slave configuration. The primary system polls each secondary system in turn where they have a need to transmit data. So you have intranet, extranet, and DMZ. A demilitarized zone is to protect the internal LAN from attack. So all a DMZ is set up, which is separated from the internal network by a use of firewall. And in the DMZ, all the internet-facing servers like bastion hosts, etc., are placed, web servers, where which can have a direct access to the internet. Whereas the important servers like database servers, etc., are kept in the internal network, and the outsiders cannot have a direct access to the internal network. So network segmentation boosts performance, reduce communication problems, and most importantly, provide security. 802.15 is Bluetooth. It is at a very limited ranges, so personal area networks, and mostly for headphones, mic, keyboards, etc. The attacks which generally is encountered is in mobile systems is blue jacking, uh, blue snarfing, and blue bugging. So blue jacking is an annoyance type of attack. Think of it as a high-tech version of dig, uh, ding dong ditch, where savvy pranksters push unsolicited messages to engage or annoy other nearby Bluetooth users by taking advantage of the loophole in the technology's message option. So basically, they are continuously sending anonymous messages to people, and they are troubling them. In blue snarfing is data theft. With blue snarfing, thieves wirelessly connect to some early Bluetooth enabled mobile devices without the owner's knowledge to download and or alter phone books, calendars, or worse. So blue snarfing is a kind of data theft, and blue bugging is the attack that grants hacker remote control over the feature and functions of the Bluetooth device. This could include the ability to turn on the microphone or use the phone as an audio bug. But the newer technologies have patched or the advancement of the technology, these particular types of attacks have now been reduced quite a bit. However, the terms should be known because they can come in the as an option in the exam. For example, they will give these terms as an option. The question would be for something else, but these terms will be there. So you should be familiar with them. So we have wireless technologies A2211. What are the different versions of A2211 and what exactly is the capabilities and advancements should be known. So this table gives that the speeds and the frequency band on which they work. Wireless networks traditionally announce their SSID on a regular basis with a beacon frame. And when the SSID is broadcast, any device with automatic detect and connect to the network. Hiding an SSID is considered security through obscurity. So important question from exam perspective that on an untrusted network, like a public network or other things, the hiding of SSID should always be there. Otherwise, uh, uh, so one is that, and other is hiding the SSID is considered security through obscurity. Temporal key integrity protocols. It was the replacement for WEP. The WEP has already been replaced by WPA2. So they were the older protocols in wireless, and they were not at all secure, and they were susceptible to hacking and a lot of attacks. Wired equivalent privacy was TKIP was replaced for replacement for wired equivalent privacy, and there was no requirement to replace the hardware. So that was the advantage that TKIP you can upgrade to WEP without replacing the hardware. After that, WPA Wi-Fi protected access was introduced, and now WPA2 is being used, which is using AES encryption standard. So AES is the latest and most robust, hence WPA2 is. WPA has replaced W2 PA2 has replaced WPA. WPA2 is a newer encryption scheme known as a counter mode with cipher block chaining (CCMP) message authentication code protocol. CCMP is based on AES encryption system. Highlighted, so maybe asked in exam that WPA2 uses AES encryption system. Fiber channel and fiber channel over Ethernet. Internet small computer system interface. Networking storage standard over IP. We covered a very detailed slide of ICSCI in the previous presentation. So the attacker will first do a site survey to check any weak protocols is existing, because on a wireless mode, just proximity to the can be used to check what type of signals are getting transmitted. Like putting a like in the parking lot itself, you can be undertaking a site survey and check the environment, what has been deployed, what is the strength, what is the presence, etc. So it usually involve walking around with a probable wireless device, taking note of the wireless signal strength and mapping this onto a plot or a schematic of the building as a site survey. So here's some proprietary protocols. So MAC filtering is normally used to block access to unauthorized devices. Like on a Ethernet, you do MAC binding. In a 802.11, you do MAC filtering. Both gives you the same desired result, that unauthorized devices cannot connect to that particular access point. Captive portal is an authentication technique that directs or redirects a newly connected wireless web client to a portal access control page. Types of antenna: monopole, panel, dipole, loop, Yagi, parabolic, Yagi-Uda, and Cantinia. I don't think this will be asked. Types of antennas would be asked, but it could form one of the option in the answers given. So that is why knowing this is important. That one scenario, this may be given as one of the options, dipole. So it is good that you have a fair idea that dipole is the antenna, hence that option is incorrect. So that is why it is important to uh, study these topics also. The older ones, Yagi-Uda. We have networking devices like switch, routers, gateways, firewalls. Switch will be is working on a layer 2. and sometimes it is working on layer 3 also, but mostly as a the way we call switch, it is a layer 2 device, whereas a router is a layer 3 device. A switch uses a router uses IP address for routing of packets, whereas a switch uses MAC for routing of packets. A switch uses a protocol called ARP protocol, and a router is using DNAS. Sorry, DNS. So there are repeaters, connectors, and amplifier at the layer 1 to boost the signals. We just amplify the signals. At layer 2, we have dumb devices which do not prevent collision. They are just again amplifiers. They send the data from a side to different side. So basically, they don't do anything. They are dumb devices, which are bridges, hubs, and extenders. LAN and MAN technologies, most of them are older ones. Digital subscriber line, integrated service dial network, serial line internet protocol, point to point protocol, frame relay X25, asynchronous transfer mode, synchronous data link control, high level data link control. All of them will surface as one of the wrong option in the answers. So that is why knowing them is good, because we know that they are not correct answers. So that is where it is very important. So we have a layer 3 firewall, which is a standard firewall, which is a packet filtering. Either it will permit the packet through, or it will drop the packet. So it's based on some set of rules, some set of criteria. If the packet is meeting the criteria, it will pass through the firewall or it will be dropped. Then at layer 7 we have application level. The layer 7 of OSI model is application, so it is an application level firewall. It filters traffic based on single internet service protocols and applications. We have circuit level firewalls used to establish communication sessions between trusted partners. They appear at a session layer, layer 5. So firewalls at various layers have different capabilities and role. A circuit level firewall will be working at layer 5. Application layer firewall would be on layer 7, or generally a software driven firewall. And a layer 3 is a standard firewall, which will be a kind of a separate equipment which will be configured for firewall rooms. So there are again stateful, which has a memory, so it can know that some particular packet has left, and that stateful firewall, when the traffic will come inside, can compare that, okay, this is in response to the packet which has gone out. So the state, session, and context of the network traffic is remembered in the stateful firewall. It knows the state. The deep packet inspection firewall is not just limited to the header, it will also scan for the signatures in the payload as well. And generally, it happens at the application layer. So, application level firewall will also undertake a deep packet inspection. Stateless and stateful. The stateless watch network traffic and restricts or blocks of packets based on source and destination address, that is source IP and destination IP, or other static values. Not aware of the traffic pattern or data flows, typically faster and perform better under heavier traffic loads. On the other hand, a stateful will watch traffic streams from end to end, are aware of the communication paths, and can implement various IP security functions such as tunnels and encryptions. Better at identifying unauthorized and forced communication, because a stateful will know what has gone out and what is coming in, and it can correlate between the two. So that is a stateless and stateful. Web application firewall and next generation firewall is a deep packet inspection firewall that moves beyond port protocol inspection and blocking, adds application level inspection, intrusion prevention, and brings intelligence from outside the firewall. So packet inspection inspects and filters both the header and the payload. Can detect protocol non-compliance, spam, viruses, intrusion. UTMs is a multifunctional device composed of several security features in addition to the firewall, may include IDS, IPS, TLS, SSL proxy, web filtering, quality of service management, bandwidth throttling, NAT, PAT, VPN, anchoring, and antivirus. So this is a suite of technologies clubbed together, and that is available in a unified threat management or a UTM. Generally common in small and medium businesses, as one UTM can be put at the entry and exit point, and that should be enough. Whereas firewalls are generally at a NAT and content filtering. Network address translation is run to allow private subnets to communicate with other cloud services and internet, but hides the internal network. So when NAT is enabled, as the internal packet goes out, it is encapsulated with a different IP, which allows it to go out and go to the different network over internet. NAT gateway has a network access control list. So the access control list will thereafter regulate the traffic once it goes out and comes back for private subnets. Content or URL filter looks at the content of the requested web page and blocks requests depending on the filters used to block inappropriate content in the context of the situation associated with deep packet inspection. Open source versus proprietary firewalls. Open source are license free, they are freely available, and proprietary are of a particular company, and they can cost more. Source code is not available. They can be hardware and software enabled. Host based software are more vulnerable in some aspects due to attack vector. Application host based virtual. Next generation firewall could be an application. IDS detects, IPS prevents. So it's a preventive control, and that is a prevention system is a preventive control, and detection system is a detective control. They are behavior based and knowledge based. Behavior based creates a baseline of activity in identity normal behavior and then measures system performance against the baseline to detect abnormal behavior. For example, number of the number of hits per minute, how many times a server has been called for by various clients. So if it was say 10,000 requests in a minute was a general behavior, if suddenly it becomes 20,000, then uh, the, uh, the, the 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 IDS will alert that there is some unusual behavior, abnormal behavior away from the baseline, and action can be taken. Knowledge base uses signature similar to signature definition used in a antivirus. So based on the database, the scans are done, and the both host-based IDS and network-based and IDS systems can be knowledge-based, behavior-based, and combination of. So again, there are host-based IDS and IPS. Host-based intrusion detection system analyzes whole packets, both header and payload, looking for unknown events. When a known event is detected, a log message is generated. And analyze on host-based IPS is a analyzes whole packets, both header and payload, looking for unknown events. When a known event is detected, the packet is rejected. So here the log message will be generated. The log can travel to the SIEM or source solution which has been integrated and can create an alert over there. Whereas in a IPS, the IPS itself will block the packet. It will not let it pass. So that's why it is a preventive measure, whereas that is just a detective measure. Network-based IDS and network-based IPS will be on the network and not on the host. The first difference. A network-based IDS analyzes whole packet, both header and payload, looking for unknown events. When a known event is detected, the log message is generated. Same way, only difference is that it is happening on a network, so the throughput requirements will be very high because the entire network traffic will be passing through them. Whereas on a host-based IDS and IPS, the requirement will be throughput of requirements will be very less because it is specific to that particular host. So inline and in-band is that it is placed near on or near the firewall as an additional layer of security. Passive traffic does not go through the network based IPS or IDS. Sensors and collectors forward. So it just monitors and the packets are copied. Duplicate packets are made and it is just forwarded to port forwarding is done, and the forward data is sent and they just act as a alerting mechanism. It will not be sitting onto the same firewall or in the line, so it will be passive. Whereas inline, it will act as per the behavior. If it is a IDS, then it will detect and generate an alert, and if it is a IPS, it will straight away prevent it from drop the packet. Sensors and collectors. So we know a basin host, it is exposed to internet, generally put in a DMZ, and it is really hardened because we know that it is our internet facing host. So no unnecessary port should be open, no legacy software should be running, and everything should be patched. So for basin host, we should be generally much more critical about hardening of that particular host because we know it is from the our side it is the front facing host. Most of the hackers, including the legitimate users, even the hackers will be first of the will be trying to establish communication with bastion host. A screen host is a host which is behind a firewall. So it will be behind a firewall, and a screen subnet is a subnet which is behind a firewall. And when you have a screened host, basically a DMZ is created. So the internal network is separated with the external network by putting a firewall, and the internal network and DMZ is created with one more firewall. They can be different make and different capabilities. However, the internal network requires much more, protection. So that is how a network, a DMZ can be designed to, and in which a bashing host can be positioned. Honeypots and honey traps are generally kept to entice or entrap the attacker. The attacker thinks that he is entered into a very high value server. However, it is a trap, and when he is trying to do some attacks, it is eventually he is giving away his own identity and his own capabilities. So network attacks, multiple network attacks are there. Teardrop attack, fragile attack, land attack. In a teardrop attack, it's a kind of a denial of service network attack that involves sending fragmenting packets to the target machine, and since the machine receives such packets, cannot packets cannot reassemble them due to a bug in TCP/IP fragmentation reassembly, and the packets overlap one another, crashing the target network device. Fragile attack is again a denial of service attack that involves sending a large amount of spoofed UDP data, traffic, to the router's broadcast address within a network. It's a very similar to a Smurf attack, which uses spoofed ICMP traffic using a third-party network rather than a UDP traffic to achieve the same goal. A land attack is a layer 4 denial of service attack in which the attacker sets the source and the destination information of the TCP segment to be the same. The vulnerable machine will crash or freeze due to the packet being repeatedly processed by the TCP stack. SYN flood and ping of death. SYN flood is a form of denial of service attack in which an attacker sends a succession of SYN requests to the target system in an attempt to consume enough server resource to make the system unresponsive or legitimate traffic. Ping of death enjoys an oversized ping packet. Max allowed ping packet size is 65,536 bytes. Ping of death sends packets which are much larger. So there is a three-way handshake which happens in a TCP connection, and in SYN flood only SYN is sent again and again. So the server will keep on, and the acknowledgement is not sent. So the client sets sync, the server sets sync acknowledge, and the client sets acknowledge. The client will set sync, and server will and keep sending sync again and again. Then acknowledgement will not go. So that will overwhelm the resources, and it will make it unresponsive. So this is about another presentation of the same thing, a little simpler and more of value from the exams perspective. However, that covers all the latest topic which has been included in 2025. This is a older version, so I have covered both of them so that you now have the holistic picture of what is required in the exam. Any questions, sir? Any questions, sir?
No, I think I'm good.
Right, sir. So covering this was of value, or it's a repetition.
Yeah.
Means was it of a value to that I have covered this older presentation? Has it helped in any way, or it's a repetition of the previous one.
Um, it is a repetition, but it was okay because I mean this one had, I mean, other things that the previous one didn't have, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah. And it is a little concise and more. It has more pictures, so it is easier to consume. So
yes.
that's why I generally, run through that older presentation also.
Oh, okay.
So next we will be doing. We have also done domain 5 today. Oh,
Oh, okay.
so we'll run through the domain 5. So identity and access management we have covered with the main presentation. So we'll quickly run through the older presentation.
Okay.
The weightages are not 13%. Yeah, I think the weightage is 13% only. 13% for this identity and access management. For domain 4, the weightage has changed. It has been reduced to 13%. So 3, 4, and 5 all are 13%.
Okay.
Yeah. Physical and logical access to assets, identity and authentication of people, devices, and services, federated identity with third-party services, implement and manage authentication mechanisms, manage the identity and access provisioning lifecycle, implement authentication systems. Implement authentication system using OpenID Connect, OpenAuth, SAML, Kerberos, remote authentication dial-up, dial-in user service Redis, and TCAS Plus, and certificate authentication. So PKI can be also used as a authentication technique, and certificates used in this process are similar to those that are used for secure our websites. Certificates have both public and private keys. Certificates usually issued by a certification authority of PKI infra. So these three we have discussed in detail: Raiders, TCAS plus diameter. Raiders is remote access, TCAS plus for admin access to network devices, and diameter is for 4G and 5G. Kerberos also we have understood in with the use of a diagram also. Kerberos is pass the ticket and NTLM is pass the hash. So this is a good mnemonic. Kerberos, remember, is pass the ticket and
Right.
NTLM is pass the hash.
Okay.
Primary purpose is authentication, as it allows users to prove their identity for single sign-on purposes. Uh, it provides measures of confidentiality and integrity using symmetric key encryption, but these are not the primary purpose. The primary purpose is single sign-on, and it is not using asymmetric; it is using symmetric key. So these are few important things about Kerberos which should be remembered for exam perspective. And it is not logging. There is no log activated, so accountability is missing in Kerberos. So authorization mechanism need to know least privilege, separation of duties and responsibilities. Need to know is just giving enough information which is required for a person to do a role, and it is generally not implemented technically. uh, Principle of least privilege is implemented technically in the network. So we just get privileged access to people. So that's the main difference. Need to know is and difference between need to know and least privilege. Principle of least privileges. Need to know may not be implemented technically. It is just giving enough information that is required for him to do his role or do his job. Whereas least privilege is the access which the privilege access which has been granted on a network based on least privilege. So he's able to do his role. He's able to do his the rights are given in such a fashion that he's just able to do his role. That's the primary difference between the two. Separation of duties and responsibilities are to ensure the sensitive functions are split into a task performed by two or more, so that one person is not able to manipulate that particular important function or sensitive function. Dual control. Just in time also we understood with a lot of examples and clarity allows temporary elevation of privileges for a very short time, just in time, so that as and when it is needed, revoking privileges is done at the end of the time window, sometimes implemented through epiphoner accounts or on a broker and remove access strategy. So identification and authentication, we know what is the difference between the two. Even yesterday we discussed it in detail. So what is
Yes.
the identification and what is the authentication?
Yes.
What is authorization and what is accountability? Accountability is generally by logs, so that there is non-repudiation and activities are getting logged. So there is a log trails which is available in records, and that can always be used for any investigative requirements. We know we've done it 3 4 times now. What is
Yes.
the multi-factor authentication? So there is a two terms with whenever we are talking of a biometric system, there is a cross error rate and cross CFR. I think it will come in one of the slides. So we have to understand that very from the exam perspective. Biometric.
Okay.
Hmm. Cross over error rate and error rate ratio. Let's see when the slide comes up.
Okay. So, money.
Yeah.
Um, at the end of the course, my Friday, will I get access to a question bank that I can practice when I'm ready?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, I will be sharing some notes with you. I can send on WhatsApp even after the class also if you share the number. So I have some notes with very good concise notes. So you don't
Mhm.
have to, whilst the videos will definitely be shared with you, those
Yes.
concise notes will help you to, if you take a printout of them and keep revising, it will help you a lot. And we will also be sharing with you the question bank so that you are able to do, practice the question answers. Yes.
Okay, great, great. I mean, um, yesterday I got Monday's recording that was shared with
Okay.
me yesterday.
So
Yeah,
you got the link for that, right?
yeah. I got the link for the. It was for only Monday's recording.
Yeah, because the processing takes some time. So I think yesterday's recording would have got now processed, so they will be sharing it with you. And
Yeah.
today's recording will again takes a little time. So you will get all 5 days. That's not a problem. And you put your this thing in the chat. I will try to send you the notes after the session. Put
Okay.
your
Let me put the email again. Okay. Yeah. So that is
okay.
the email.
Yeah, I'll share with you on this. 1 second, I'll just copy it. Yeah. Okay. So whenever you are implementing biometric,
Mhm.
generally there will be some yeah, either a fingerprint scanner or a retina scanner, iris scanner. Even the voice recognition is also there. Facial recognition is there. Sometimes the vein analysis or the way an individual walks, the way he signs, those kind of analysis is there. Yeah, the cross error rate (CRR) and okay, biometric methods identify user based on characteristics such as fingerprints. So there is a crossover error rate identifies the accuracy of the biometric method, which shows where is the false rejection and false acceptance rate. Yeah, the cross error rate has a diagram, very interesting diagram, which needs to be understood. Biometric uh, crossover error rate. Image. Yeah. So, can you see this diagram?
Yes.
Crossover error rate basically false rejection rate and false acceptance rate. So, mm, 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 mm. 1 second. So it's known as a equal error rate basically.
Mhm.
It's a equal error rate. It is crucial matrix for evaluating the accuracy of the biometric system. See what can happen in a biometric system. A authentic person can be rejected, or a authorized person can be rejected, or a unauthorized person can be accepted. Right? In a
Right.
normal way, a authorized person should be allowed, but if it is malfunctioning, then an authorized person will be rejected. Same way, if it is malfunctioning, the unauthorized person would be permitted. So we want a scenario where the sensitivity of the system should be such that uh, it is optimized for both the errors. Because if we make it too restrictive, that it should never happen that a false person should be permitted, then there will be too many errors on the other front also, that is denial of a authorized person, because it is too sensitive. So we want to have a balance between the two, and this is where this CER comes into play, crossover error rate. So wherever this is crossing over, if we fine tune the biometrics at this point, then we achieve the best scenario where the false rejection rate and false acceptance rates crossover. So that is called a biometric crossover error rate. Percentage of times a legitimate user is incorrectly denied access. The percentage of time an unauthorized user is incorrectly granted access. The point on the graph where FRR and FAR curves intersect indicate its equality. So system comparison, when we see CER allows for quantitative comparison in different biometric systems or devices, a lower CER suggests a more accurate and reliable system. We use CER for performance evaluation. It helps in understanding how well a biometric system balances security, that is minimizing both FAR and minimizing FRR. We also need it for threshold settings. While CER represents the point of equal error rates, biometric system can be adjusted to prioritize either security or usability, potentially shifting the operating point away from the CER. So how you want to tune it would be first the baseline could be a CER, and then you can further fine tune it for your requirement. A biometric system with a CER of 1% is more accurate than the one with a CER of 2%. This is because 1% CER system has a lower rate of both false rejection and false acceptance. Right? I think that is more than enough to understand about the CER. It's an equal error rate of FRR and FAR that is to be understood, and few use cases which are given here that are more than enough for understanding the biometric system.
Okay.
So a crossover rate, biometric methods identify user based on characteristics such as so and so. The crossover rate identifies the accuracy of the biometric method. It shows where the FRR is equal to FAR. The the false acceptance occurs when the invalid subject is authorized, is authenticated. That is a type 2 error. Remember this. This is important, right? This sometimes asked. It is a type 2 error. When an invalid subject is authenticated, it is type 2 error. And type 1 error is when a valid subject is rejected. Sometimes called as false positive, and when a valid subject is rejected, type 1 error is called false negative. False rejection is undesirable, but false acceptance is worse. So type 1 and type 2 error in biometrics should be known. Type 1 is when valid is rejected, and type 2 is when invalid is authenticated. And CER identifies the accuracy when which is when both the errors are at equal, that is CER, and it tells the accuracy. To move the CER higher or lower, you can increase or decrease the sensitivity of the device. Single sign-on, I think we have discussed quite well in the previous presentation.
Yes.
This we will be covering in detail Tomorrow, the DAC, MAC, and RBAC, attribute, mandatory, and types of security control.
Okay.
Intent, preventive, detective, corrective, deterrent, compensative, directed recovery, logical, technical, physical, administrative. So these are the security controls which generally categorized in various categories. So from the network perspective, logical, technical are encryption, smart card, password, biometric, constraint interface, access control list, protocol, firewall, router, intrusion detection system, and clipping levels. Physical from network perspective would be guard, fence, motion detection. We did that in detail about all the physical controls today. Sealed window, light, cable protection, laptop locks, swipe cards, guard dogs, video cameras, man traps, and alarms. Administrative is standard policy procedure, hiring practices, background checks, data classification, security training, vacation history, reviews, work supervision, personal controls, and testing. So you have asset, you put policies, you put logical protect against logical attacks and exploits by putting technical controls, and you definitely put save the facility by putting physical controls. Here some good examples are given, so it will be good to read. Preventive is going to stop it, and examples are fence, log, biometric, man trap, alarm, job rotation, data classification, penetration testing, access control methods. Definitely, there's going to be a question that something like that they will give. Okay, access control method is which type of control kind? These kind of questions come. Okay, so knowing the examples is always good. That preventive controls, these are the preventive controls. Detective control like security guard, guard dog, motion detector, job rotation, mandatory vacation, audit trail, intrusion detection system, violation reports, honey pots, incident investigation. They are detective types. Corrective once restores once it has gone bad, then it restores it. So examples are intrusion detection, antivirus solution, alarm, man trap, business continuity planning, security policies. Compensating one was going to compensate for the weakness of a control which is not functioning. So, a disaster recovery plan is a compensating plan with an alternate office location in an event of fire suppression fails and the building is damaged. A directive control is to deploy to direct, confine, or control the actions of the subjects to force or encourage compliance with security policies. For example, security guard, guard dog, security policy, posted task procedure, posted notification, escape route, exit sign, monitoring, monitoring, supervising work, task procedures, and awareness training. A recovery is like a repair or restore things like data backups. When we recover from data backups, we are using a recovery control. For example, backups and restore, fault tolerance, drive systems, server clustering, antivirus software, and database shadowing. A deterrent control, lock, fence, security badges, security guards, man traps, security cameras, trespasser and intruder alarms, separation of duties, awareness training, encryption, auditing, and firewall. So many of them will surface in multiple places. So how they are implemented, how the controls are implemented will define the category of that control. So it is very important because the question will like to trick you on that. And there is where the understanding of different type of controls and where they are implemented and why it is called that. If that clarity should be absolutely there, because tricky questions come from this section.
Okay, so Manny, I
Yeah.
saw that when you had the correction control, it had example like man trap, the corrective, yeah. It had man traps. So can you talk a little bit how man trap is a corrective control?
Okay. Let me give you an example. Okay, a man trap is normally considered a preventive or a deterrent control in physical security, but can also act as a corrective control if it's used to contain or stop an incident after it starts. For
Okay.
example, let's take a scenario.
Hmm.
A secure data center has a man trap, a small enclosed space with two interlocking doors. An intruder manages to tailgate an authorized employee through the first door. Security breach has already started. So prevention has failed. Tailgating has happened. The motion sensor or biometric checks inside detect that there are two people instead of one.
Hmm.
Man trap locks both doors automatically,
Ah,
containing the intruder inside until the security arrives. So
okay.
why it's corrective? It's corrective because the breach already occurred. That is, the intruder has entered inside the facility, and
Hmm.
the man trap mitigates the damage and restores control by isolating the intruder, preventing further access to critical areas.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is true, but that's a deep analysis.
Yeah. So, yeah, that analysis is required because questions will be tricking you like this only. There's a very good question which you have asked. Even I had
Yeah,
to think, and so that's why it will be a provoking question in this section, that why
yeah,
is this and why not that.
yeah. So you have to debate yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some of them can be in so many places.
Yeah. So basic elements of risk as far as network goes is also there. The networks are definitely at vulnerable if if they are not patched, if they have legacy protocols. So there is a possibility or likelihood that the threat can exploit a vulnerability and cause damage to the a network asset. So again, the same risk assessment methodology is the same. First, you have to do the prepare an asset list, undertake the asset valuation, identifies value of assets, threat modeling, identifies threats against these assets, and then you do a VA, which is vulnerability analysis, identify weakness in the organization's valuable assets. So, access control list, access control attacks can be dictionary attacks, brute force, spoofed logging screens, sniffer attacks, spoofing attacks, social engineering attack, phishing attack. We are phishing, whaling, and wishing. Very important. The difference between the three should be known. Spear phishing is targeted at specific group of users. Whaling is targeted at high-level executives. So it is a so difference between the two is very fine, because even high-level executives are a specific group, but When you say specific to high level executives, then it is whaling.
Mhm.
When you are saying a general thing like specific groups, then it is spear phishing because it's targeted attack. And phishing is using VoIP technologies. Voice over IP is phishing. So that is important to know the difference between spear phishing, whaling, and phishing. All are the different types of phishing. So there is other very unique types of attacks like Tempest, where the monitor produce emissions which the monitor is producing, that is used to shoulder stuff the what is written on the monitor, and white noise which the broadcasting false traffic at all times to mask and hide the presence of the real thing. So when you are labeling and tagging the device, as we had understood that each device, when the inventory is made, should definitely have been barcoded and labeled, so that who is the owner, and all that stuff. So that reduces the identity theft of the particular device. We understood discussed Kerberos in quite a detail. Yeah.
Yes.
So that is about the key things about domain 5. So domain 4 and domain 5 we have finished completely today. From the main presentation, and what is important from the exam perspective, I have shown you from this presentation as well.
Right.
Let's We have some time, so let's do some questions, right?
Okay. A. Oh, I job. Okay.
ITL4 we have covered, right?
Yeah, ITL4. Yeah.
So what sometimes they do know, they you will find the options you not even heard even once sometimes. So
Okay.
when you are doing the question bank,
Mhm.
it would be best that you read about that also, right? So that they try to trick like that only. They will put some unrelated term. So if you have not heard about it, then you read about that also. So that will increase your horizon quite a bit.
Okay. B. Oh, D. Oh, B. A. B. A. No. Bloodstream? Now, can you talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, I think that's not the case. Actually, no, I was also thinking that this is called collision. The
Yes,
correct
that is
answer,
what I was
yeah,
looking at, but I didn't see it.
yeah, because that is a collision which we want to avoid. So yeah,
Yeah.
so I think the answer is no.
Yeah, the answers are no. Yeah, because that's what I was looking at. And I saw confusion and diffusion, so I was, this is,
Yeah, this is wrong.
yeah. E. I'll go with D. This is totally different. C. That is said. I know this one said no read up and no
Yeah.
write.
So it's what is it doing? It is information flow from different levels, right? So one of that is high level to low level, and so that is what it is saying. Which one of the following item is addressed by Balapdullah model?
Mm-hmm.
It is segregating the flow of information based on the levels. So that is why C is the most closest of all.
Okay, okay. Because I was looking at it, but because it has it to say that no read up and no write down,
Yeah.
so that is what confused me. Okay, I'll go with A. Hmm, more complex to design. Yes. Manny, can you go back to that? Because the answer that which of the following is not an advantage to key escrow? Then more complex to design and test. That one doesn't make any sense.
Hmm.
Because key escrow, we put the keys there. So if it is not to advantage, it will be law enforcement might have access to it.
Okay. Key escrow is a system where a copy of cryptographic key is held by a trusted third party, right? Often a government agency or a approved organization, if needed, such as in law enforcement investigation, or if the owner loses their key, the escrow key can be retrieved to decrypt the data. That is what is all about. So
Okay,
advantages of key escrow is that from the security management or law enforcement perspective, the advantages are law enforcement access. If a criminal hides data by encrypting it, and the encryption key is escrowed, and the authority can request it via proper legal channel. The other advantage is key recovery if forgotten. If you lose it, then you will get it. Business continuity is another advantage. What is the disadvantage of key escrow? Complex to design and test. A secure key escrow system must prevent unauthorized access while still allowing legitimate retrieval. It requires sophisticated design, trusted infrastructure, and rigorous testing. This makes it hard and more expensive to implement.
okay, okay,
And other disadvantages include potential misuse and privacy concerns. So that's why C is the correct answer.
okay, okay. Thank you. You'll have to check it. I'll go with B. Chinese wall. C. Information flow. Okay.
Yeah, C is right
Right.
because yeah,
Yeah.
because Bellapodula focuses on confidentiality,
Yeah.
uh, no read up, no write down. It does not specify address covert channel, though they can exist in Bellapodula system. Ruar which is a Chinese wall,
Yeah.
focuses on conflict of interest in accessing information. For example, consulting firms serving competing clients. No,
Okay.
not about covert channels. The information flow model ensures that information flows only in allowed paths. By tracking and controlling data flow, it can identify covert channels, hidden communication paths that violate policy. For example, detecting when data is indirectly transferred through shared resources or timing signal. And
Okay.
brand tracking is securely defining how subjects and objects can create, delete, and access in the system. So that is not designed for detecting covert channel.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll go with A. Hmm.
Basically,
Block
block
side.
cipher operates on a continuous data stream of encryption. No, it it is on the blocks. It describes a stream cipher, not a block cipher. A describes a stream cipher.
Okay.
When yeah, stream cipher encrypts data bit by bit or byte by byte. So that
Okay.
is not happening over here. Why it is not B? Because fixed length ciphertext is generated from variable length plain text. It's
Yeah.
not accurate. In block cipher, a plain text is divided into fixed block size blocks first. Padding may be added if needed. A ciphertext length is proportional to the plain text length after padding, not fixed length overall. So B is also incorrect. In a asymmetric key algorithm, block ciphers are typically symmetric key, like
Yes.
AES and DS. So C is incorrect. Why D is correct? For encryption, it divides a message into a fixed length plain text. This is exactly what block cipher does. A plain text message is divided into equal size blocks, for example 128 bit for AES. Each block is encrypted separately or with changing modes like CBC. So that
Okay.
is the reason why. Yeah.
I'll go with D. Multi-target. Okay.
So this is where you have to remember a lot of data. Like DES uses how much and triple DES uses how much. So it is three times the DES. So if you know any of the data, how much DES uses, or
Yeah.
if you directly know how much triple DES uses, so it then only you'll be able to answer such kind of questions. They are
Okay.
directly asking the information.
Okay. So that is C.
Yeah, she is right. DES uses 16 rounds and triple DES uses three times the DES, which is 48.
Yeah. I'll go with D.
Remember all the levels of EAL. Normally, there is a question definitely from EAL in exam.
Right. Go with D. Mm. Okay, let's go. D. I'll go with D. B. Ah, sodium chloride. Wow. I'll go with C. I'll go with C. I'll go with C. Ah, great. I'll go with A.
But that is there. But the great, see, the keyword here is greatest, right?
Right.
That, yeah. So what is the best, most matlab, that you have to see? This is a correct statement, absolutely correct. But is it advantage over asymmetric?
Hmm. Then the algorithms are faster than the D.
So wherever you have such kind of greatest and so there will be more than one correct answer. Now here is where you have to apply yourself ki out of all the correct answer which is the most correct or which is the most wrong. So that kind of scenario they generate in exam.
Okay. I'll go with D. Operating system. Paras doesn't consist of operating system.
Mm, I think there again there is a problem. Let me check. Yeah. So in a SaaS software as a service, you just use application.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is with the CSP. In the PaaS, the provider delivers the OS, programming, execution environment, database, and web server. Right? In
Mm-hmm.
a CaaS is not a standard terminology, and infrastructure as service. So the correct answer is B, platform as a service, because
It said generally consists of operating system, which is the OS,
yeah,
and with the D is what consists of the operating system. The rest they don't consist of the operating system.
yeah. So it's B because the question list exactly the components that a platform as the service provides, right?
Mhm.
Operating system, execution environment for programming, database, and web server.
So platform as a service provide you as the customer handles the operating system.
Yeah, I'll show the diagram again.
Huh. Okay.
It was in domain 3. Second. Let's clear this out once for all. Yeah,
So you see, the OS, if the customer is responsible, that is the IaaS.
It's passed because components this thing. Uh, OS in pass is whose responsibility?
That is the CPA, CSP.
Yeah.
So
And yeah. Which type of service generally consists of OS execution environment for programming, database, and web server? Which type of service generally consists of OS execution environment for programming, database, and web server? Platform as a service generally consists of OS execution environment for programming, database, and web server. Yeah. So it's service in the services OS is included, right? All of that is included. So that's why this is right.
okay, maybe that question wasn't clear.
Yeah, it's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. C. So A. What was D? That's B. B. A.
That's correct. So with this we have finished the sample questions for domain 3, and let's call it a day, sir.
Yeah, let's call it a day because that's what I was about to say. I got-
Yeah. And
Okay.
tomorrow same time.
Yeah, tomorrow same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.